We're live. We got there. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday Fan Cams here on the Blue Abroad YouTube channel. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Grand Final Eve, I should say. Public holiday here in Victoria. One of the most ridiculous public holidays I think I've ever had to explain to non-Victorians, non-Australians. It's good to be here. Early session. 12 o'clock p.m. session. Hope you're all well. It's been an interesting week. Not so much action as what the last few weeks have given us, but still, we've had a bit to get through, and we will go through everything that happened this week. Want to get your thoughts on everything. Got a contract extension with Jesse Mlot. We've got trade requests, Buku Karmas. We're going to go watch some old videos if we've got time, potentially. I still want to watch the 2023 compilation with you all. I think that's something to remember. And I also want to share with you some things that I experienced this week, including I went to a grand final function yesterday in the morning, breakfast, and then also in the afternoon. So we'll share that, but also just get, your stories and what's happening in your world. So I will put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join on this beautiful day. See who's here. Hello, Chills. Very much the first person here. Kylie, hello. Jen, good to see you here. Danielle, Christina Bombonati, Tatum's Tantrum. Jen, you're in the hinterland on the way to Rainbow Beach, about an hour or so from Sunshine Coast. Rainbow Beach? Oh, what? That looks stunning. Images, Rainbow Beach. Yeah, right. Okay. Cool. Love that. Have I seen that the Saints have offered Sam Flanders 5 years? I have. We're going to get through that because he was one that was meeting with Carlton. Does feel like it was never going to be Carlton, or it just, I don't know. I like Sam Flanders and the idea of him, but it does feel like there are other clubs that have more of a hit on him or a hold on him. We will see. Who else is here? Sayaf. Hello, mate. Mr. Coles. Loving the facial hair. Thanks, mate. Yeah, going with the new look. Yeah, starting to grow up. To be honest, I've never really grown facial hair. I've tried. It gets patchy, but I don't know. Got some off-season facial hair now. I don't know if I'll shave it before the season starts. We'll see how we go. Hello, Chris. Hopefully we can have a day without Charlie talk. Oh, we'll be talking about Charlie. I just think how could we not? I haven't done a video about him this week, so that's been nice. Hello, Mira. Hello, Petra. Public holiday in Melbourne. It's absolutely brilliant. I think the same. Oh, yeah, that's the St. Kilda talk. Who else is here? Cranky Quack. Hello. Lucinda. Hello. Bray. Hey, mate. Danielle, Rainbow Beach was the first holiday hubby and I took together for many years back. Love that. Love that. Please do shave it, Taz. Hey, listen. The lovely other half loves the facial hair. So, happy wife, happy life, even though I'm not married. But you get what I'm saying. All right. Link to join. I'll put it in one more time. I've got somebody waiting here. And then maybe we can get started with some of the news. We will go for as long as we need to. That's why we're starting early. Connor.
Hello, Terry.
Can't hear you,
Can
mate.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
No, I cannot.
Hang on a minute. What?
Hang on, let me. You there?
Just try to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Why can't I hear you? I can see you talking.
Oh, it's just my voice or something.
Can't see you on my main screen.
Try again.
Can you hear me a bit better now or not?
No. It looks like people can hear you though. There's something on my end that's not right. Yeah. I've got two screens. I've got one here and I've got one here. And this is the one that I need to hear him from.
Are you better?
That's his end, he said. I think the comments are saying they can hear you.
I don't really know what's happening.
Jeez. Yeah.
It's not your fault, though.
Wait there, Connor. I'm going to refresh.
No worries.
Hang on, my mic's let me do this.
I said just try.
All right. I'm here. Let's
Is
see
that
if
any
Connor
better?
works. No, it doesn't. I can't hear you,
No.
mate. But hang on.
It's my voice or
Hmm.
something.
What about now?
Are you better? Which one's not?
Your voice is working. It's just on his end.
I said it says your end.
Yeah, the issue is definitely on my end. My microphone connection to you is no good. Got issues here.
Jeez, I don't know
what's
what's
happening.
going on with that. Shall I try again?
Just bear with me, Connor.
He tries to figure it out.
For some reason,
Mhm.
Connor's not showing up on my main screen, even though I can hear him here up the top. And that's where it's not going right.
I can
One
see
sec.
you. I can see myself.
Just explaining what's going on his end.
Yeah, I'll say it's saying his end.
Connor, I'm going to take you out for the minute. I don't know what's happening there. All right. I'm going to put the link in. I don't know if it's my computer issue or if it's a Connor issue. I think it's a my issue. Connor? Nah.
Yeah. Yeah, what is it?
There's just something not working on my end, I'm afraid.
Oh, shit.
It's not good. Try again, Connor. No. No, doesn't work. I don't know what's going on. There was something happening with StreamYard in the back end here as I was logging in. And for some reason, I can't see him on my main screen. It's just loading. So anyway, wait, let me try something. If I play a video, let me find a video. You know what? Find a video of Jesse Mlot. Didn't do a video of him this week. I was away for it. I want to play the video of him re-signing. I want to make sure the audio works. So I'll share my screen. Tell me in the chat if this works.
Oh, it's obviously very exciting. Bit of a relief at the same time as well, just to get it all done now. And obviously love the club, and they've given me a big opportunity here. And I love what we're building on and off the field. And I feel like we're working towards all a common goal, and I really want to be a part of it. So that's the reason. It's funny, like I've been thinking about it a lot now. Obviously, with wanting to stay, and they're the club that picked me and gave me a chance in the AFL, and they mean a lot to me. And within the four walls as well, all the boys, all the coaches, and the staff, I really love everyone, and they've treated me so well. So I wanted to repay the debt. Like I said before, just building on what we've already had. I guess we've kind of built that foundation of, we've got a lot of young boys and a lot of youth coming through, and I want to be a part of that, and almost take a few steps in trying to be a leader to them, but then at the same time keep building my game and keep trying to contribute to the team as well. Definitely, probably my craft. I think I probably strayed away a bit last year, and with a few finer details, especially inside forward 50. So they're definitely the things I'll be getting after, and at the same time building my fitness, my speed, making sure I'm quick and zippy. It was definitely a big learning season. A lot of ups, a lot of downs as well. Learnt a lot. Loved going through the midfield. I definitely think as a junior you always play midfield, but being able to do it at AFL level is obviously a lot harder. So being exposed to that was, I guess, a privilege, and I'm really thankful for the coaches to do that. And I definitely want to keep building on that next year. And like I said, just getting to work on the little things in my game, and what makes my strengths, and making sure they're all ready to go. Obviously last season was pretty tough, but we've showed the last few years now that we've got what it takes, and everyone knows that, and we're definitely building towards that consistency, and doing it over a home and away season, and obviously potentially into finals as well. So get excited and get ready.
So it was a very interesting week because, I did see the rhetoric around Jesse Mlot change pretty quickly. Copped a barrage this year. But 2-year deal. So that's a good sign. I'm going to try one more time for Connor. No.
Can you hear me now, Terry?
No. Connor, we might need to do live chat instead. I don't know why. Guests are not working. There's something I need to work on while I'm not live. So sorry about that. Guys, what do you think? What do you think of the re-signing? No other club wanted him, hence why he re-signed. Well, that's not true. Port Adelaide apparently showed interest. Petro, you are proud and happy with him. Played every game. Sometimes under unfair criticism and outside noise, he'll only get better. Yeah, he was one of 6 to actually get through and play a full season. And if you were watching footy, the Biased Footy Show the other night with Ari and I, you'll see the injury lists for both clubs. I mean, Brisbane's got a pretty solid injury list. Geelong's got 3 players on the injury list. So, look, availability was one of the big questions around Jesse going into this year. What I took from that, the comment around playing through the midfield, I was under the impression that he was forced to play as a midfielder, but that could be something that holds him in good stead. I do wonder if he's going to get back to playing more of a traditional small forward role in the forward 50. Showed some good signs. Yeah, spring what he did the last 3 games, the effort, the hunt, and the chase. Yeah. Sterling just played over 50 games. You know, I think because he was drafted as a bottom major as well. So he was quite young when he started, and he showed a lot early in his career. I think the expectation just added. It kept adding, especially when we lost Jack Martin, and especially when we lost Matt Owies as well. It's almost like there was an expectation that he would fill the void, kick the 30-plus goals in the year, and he just wasn't ready for that. Also, the team wasn't ready for that because there were injuries in other parts of the field. So there was that. I also did yesterday. I went to a breakfast in the morning at the MCG. It was Women Leaders by the Circle. It was called Ladies with Legends. Couple of 100 people in the room. Dipper was the host. Peggy O'Neill was there. Kate Roffey was there as well. And I took a lot of interest in what Peggy O'Neill said. They had like a Q&A in the audience. And someone asked Peggy about her time at Richmond and, what was really upon reflection, what was the real driver behind what worked for Richmond in 2017 and how they were able to go from so many years of disappointment combined with the decades of premiership drought, very similar to Carlton in some respects, and how they were able to just go to that next level. And she said that they identified that the leadership was lacking, and she identified that they needed to introduce some left field thinking. So they did a few things. One of the things she identified was that Damien Hardwick, they sent him to Harvard to go do I think it was a leadership course or something. And she said that initially Dimmer was hesitant to doing it. But as soon as he went and did it, and eventually they convinced him, and then he came back, she said that he felt that he had found the 10%, not the 1%, but the 10%. And then the big thing that she said that was interesting to me was that she said that Dimmer realized that he needed to relax. And then he entered the 2017 season relaxed, and it rubbed off on the players. Now, I don't know how that happens at Carlton with Michael Voss. Would you say that our situation is similar to Richmond back then? Because, I mean, if we paint the picture, Michael Voss is out of contract next year. So he goes into a season without a contract, guaranteed for the season beyond next year. He needs to relax potentially in order for the team to relax. And it wasn't until then that Richmond started playing with some joy. And once they started playing with some joy, then they found the momentum. I just don't know how that's going to happen at Carlton. How does Michael Voss get what he needs next year? Maybe a bought-in playing group would be nice. But I was so curious when she said it. She also made an interesting comment around at the end of 2016, there was, a board challenge brewing, and change was on the horizon. And she had come from, obviously, the US, and she couldn't quite understand. She described it as this culture. She's like, I couldn't understand this culture of having to always restart everything and remove everyone and start again. And the culture of sacking the coach, from her experience, it was you go into every year, and then at the end of every year, you identify what's working, what's not working, and try to eliminate what's not working with something that is working. And you just keep doing that, and you keep persisting with that. And so that's why she was really strongly against sacking Dimmer, but also the imminent board challenge. And yeah, it was really interesting insight. And I don't know how you all view it. I don't know how you view Carlton 2025 or Carlton in general to the Richmond situation, but it has been compared at times. I think we're all similar. I think changing football operations will help. Yeah, 100% Tatum. We are our own club. We do need change, but you think it's the people. Yeah. The Onis. We need blunts, lots of blunts and munchies, and that's going to help Michael Voss relax. I think it will. I'm not sure what it's like in there, but he does seem quite relaxed since he was confirmed to stay. Yeah. I guess, I mean, when I think of Michael Voss, I thought he handled the pressure pretty well, considering the noise, the level of noise from outside mainstream media, even the fans. I think the noise cut through to the club. And I think a lot of them struggle to deal with it, not just him. But I thought he, as the guy that bears the brunt of it, I thought he handled himself pretty well. And also when you think about knowing now that De Koning was halfway out the door, if not definitely already out the door, Silvani with his attitude, and then Kerno with his attitude. So that's tricky for a coach to navigate with the expectation of finals and top four and that not happening, and the team also having injuries. I think all things considered, he was handling himself pretty well. I just don't know how we get him to relax, or if he even needs to relax. I don't know what our particulars are and what Richmond's were, but there's got to be something in what she experienced that we can draw on. I also liked the left field thinking. I referred to this in the past. Something about having that outside influence that's got nothing to do with AFL. Maybe that can help. It is a different club, says Debbie, different board, different administration, different culture. Yeah, but the game's the same and the principles are the same. Apparently, there were places on the field that Jesse wasn't allowed to enter. So it makes you think if he's allowed to be free with no coaching restrictions, maybe we see a better Jesse. Maybe. Get the list finalized and work with what the best of what we have. No more experiments. There's a preseason for that. If you keep sacking the coach, it removes responsibility for the club. If you build around the coach and he fails, then the club is in a strong position when bringing in a new coach. Totally agree with this. Yeah. Tatum, you think that Graham Wright and the club are sending a message that the players are no longer running the club? It's a great starting point. We, the fans, are the best and worst. Seriously, by we, I am directed to myself. First, need to grow up a bit too, mind you, at 55. No doubt. It's a little bit of all of us, inside the club and outside the club. I mean, I think we just continue to get, I think our previous frustrations continue to come to the moment when really we've just kind of got to try and find a way to let it go. But it's just so hard. What I find really hard is to trust that the right people are there, because I really thought we had the right people. I really thought we had the right president who was bold and strong. And then obviously everything that went down early in the year, that just really, I don't know. I already had trust issues with the club, and that hurt, those trust issues. So it's a good story. It remains to be seen if we're capable of that type of culture. Yeah. How many of us have got one ear on trade radio regardless of what you're doing during this period? There's nothing there. There's nothing that I can see. We did see Sam Flanders. Looks like St Kilda in the box seat there. Don't know how, but they are. I wonder what Richmond's relationship was with the fans just at their turning point. From memory, the Richmond fans were just as, I don't know if just as is the right phrase, but they were pretty passionate, pretty vocal, pretty disappointed, pretty frustrated. They had decades of disappointment as well. I guess the difference was they had continued to, I don't know if it makes it better, but they had continued to play finals footy. Hello, J-Baggers. Samantha, you were disgusted with our supporters, the way that we behave towards our players. I get the disappointment, we all do, but to behave the way we did was so disgusting. Yeah, I had I think at some point in the year, I think North Melbourne, round 15, and maybe this was too late, maybe the season was done before then, but I was pretty clear on it. It was dead. Like, this group just didn't have it. And I just didn't want to get, it sort of gets to that point where, all right, they're losing, it's dysfunctional, there's some sort of toxicity going on inside that's not working and it's broken. But it's a really fine line between becoming part of the solution and becoming part of the problem. It was tough. It was tough to manage emotions and expectations. And then it was tough to understand what was actually going on. And it continued to get worse. And only really until the last few weeks, until really they just played every kid possible, apart from maybe one or two, did it start to turn for the better. But it was tricky. Tatum, our biggest issue is that our playing list isn't good enough to contend for flags. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's just take a look at the teams for tomorrow. That's a good gauge right there. All right. So like, one of these will be a premiership team. Well, sorry. Both of these teams are pretty much premiership teams. a lot of premiership players in both of them. I think the Lions are forced to play more guys that wouldn't be in their starting 22 had they been fit, because they've got quite a few on the injury list. But when you look at Geelong's list, like they've got bargains. They've obviously got top end talent, Jeremy Cameron, Bailey Smith, these types. But a lot of these guys are not high draft picks. They've just been plucked from wherever they found them, developed, and look at how they go. I mean, I look at the Geelong backline, and I look at, say, you know what? Yeah, I look at the Geelong backline, and then I look at the Carlton backline when everyone's healthy. I think we can hold our own there on paper. It's more the system, isn't it? True. The players that played their roles. They ended up getting Jack Bowes and Jai Clark for a salary dump. That definitely helps. Not sure if it's a playing list thing. Every team has ability but belief. Oh, Jack Martin. Got Jack Martin for Norm Smith tomorrow. He's just a typical Norm Smith player, isn't he? Robbie, is the situation with Elijah retrievable? Well, good question. He's either going to be part of a trade or he's going to stay. They haven't cut ties with him completely. They've just told him to explore his options. Do I trust the club to make the right trade for Charlie if he goes and not do the Carlton thing and trade him for nothing? Well, what do you mean? What's the Carlton thing and trading him for nothing? I don't know if we've ever done that. I don't know if we've done that. Traded a player for nothing. Am I missing something? I personally don't think we're ever going to be able to get what we think is worth a win in the Charlie Curnow trade. But I also don't know if we can have a player that doesn't want to be there, that's supposed to be a leader. That whole scenario and situation, the way that unfolds, especially if he's forced to stay, if the club force him to stay and honor his contract, I don't know what we're going to be like. Rosa, got a firm view that if we get serious overs for Charlie, then let him go. His attitude and lack of serious application and professionalism should no longer be tolerated. Jad, I see you. I'm sending links. I just don't know if guests are working right now. Had Connor in the waiting room here. Something's going on with my laptop here. I don't know what's happening. So please feel free to try. Hit the link, jump in. Kylie, Richmond fans are mad supportive, win or lose. I actually have learned a lot about how to support better from my Tiger friends. They support no matter what. Horrible to other fans, but yeah. Jad, you there?
Hey, bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, great.
Sweet. I think I've just got an echo, but I think it's manageable. It's all right.
Oh, hang on. Is that gone? Testing.
No, I can still hear myself. Yeah. It's just like a delay. I can hear our convo.
Oh, have you got another tab open?
Let's have a look. How about now? Oh, it's good. It's gone. Yeah, it was me. Sorry.
All good. How you doing, man?
No, I'm all right. How are you, bro? How are you?
Well, I'm calm. I'm stress free. I'm disappointment free. I don't know. building excitement, but not for Carlton. I'm excited for the grand final.
Yeah, so am I. It's so intriguing. Two best teams. It's awesome. It's like a win-win. If it was Pies playing, bloody hell, I'd be stressed. Oh,
I was there last week, and I was watching. I was there the moment that they gave up on their team in the fourth quarter, and the mass exodus. I was there. It was fucking awesome.
That's bloody beautiful. Oh, it was great watching it. Anyway, man, look, just give you like where I'm at. Things have sort of settled for me now, so I'm sort of ready to speak on what the club's doing and where we sit. So there's a few things. You saw I texted you, so I know you did, the TDK and Ross Lyon on the pod. On that pod.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I put the tweet out. It's not about what they said. I don't care. I actually like it. I enjoyed the podcast. I thought it was funny. I like stuff like that. But where the issue comes for me is, what does our club do with that? And my whole point has been that, like, for many years on this channel, like the rivalry with Collingwood, what other clubs say about us, I really feel like our club insulates against feeling it. So let's say they'll be down there and they'll see that clip of Tom and Ross Lyon joking about taking Curnow, Blake Acres. Oh, he'll come down. By my memory, he's still a contracted player, right? So our club, I just feel like they'll look at that and they'll say, oh, just a bit of banter. Doesn't matter. Whereas that is, in footy world, that's disrespect. Even at local level, that will be taken as disrespect. So I just feel like maybe it'll change now, but our club just doesn't want to buy into things like that. I can only imagine if that was a Geelong or a Brisbane or a Collingwood saying that about each other, what would happen? The coaches would probably mention it in their press conference. So I think this is the difference between being a serious club who understands how ruthless the industry is and how hard the path is to win. Like, there's no friends in this industry, and I just feel like we're still stuck in that meandering, politically correct, good club, doesn't put a foot wrong, perception is everything. Oh, Elijah Hollands had a bad year, so we have to get rid of him because then people will think we're standing by someone who is not a good boy, and blah, blah, blah. And I just feel like the better clubs handle this so much differently than we do. And that is where I feel like it's that link we are missing.
But I was talking about this with Ari on Wednesday on the Bias Footy Show, right? Like, on the one hand, I get it. They're all individuals. Do what you can do. Nothing's guaranteed in this life. Make your money. Like, you're one of 0.something% of people that can do this in the world for a living and earn good money. Like, do what you got to do for yourself. Set your family up. Like, I get the human side, but like, the supporter side of me is like, is anyone going to get offended? Like, even, for example, I think they were asking, they were talking like just the little jokes, like Dangerfoot, we're going to go down to Charlie and Ed's and do this. And like, Charlie's smiling. And then they asked Cripps about it. He's like, yeah, I'll have his back always, no matter what. And I'm just like, yeah, but does Charlie have your back? Like, does Charlie have your back, Cripps, when you stayed and took the pay cut in 2021? You could have left. Like, and maybe behind the scenes, that's all happening. And maybe I'm just being a Carlton nuffy for wanting them to be offended. But it does give me like, it's like we're just, I don't know. I don't know if I want a public statement from the club or a little jab back, or if I just want them to get on with it, cop it on the chin, and just, perform better next year. And that's the ultimate revenge. But to see the fucking nerve on fucking Tom De Koning and Ross Lyon, fuck off, mate. Fuck off. Fuck off, Ross. Like, that's the part that gets me. That's just like, all right. That, like, and again, that's what it's designed to do. Dan knows what he's doing. They know exactly what's going to be popular and get the views and the attention. And he knew it was going to garner a reaction. So, like, from a producing point of view, it's brilliant. Take the piss out of Carlton. And, but yeah, I'm with you. when is there going to be that competitive bone and that line in the sand of we don't get made fun of? Like, where's that?
And then mate, it's like you're preaching like the gospel, man. Like this is where like we lack. Like, okay, like people can say it's a job, as you said, it's a job. Get your contract, go, no worries. But this stuff, right? This stuff, the tribalism within every club is real. And I feel like the clubs that buy into that, they're the ones who succeed ultimately, because you have to understand that Carlton is its own club, Geelong is its own club, St Kilda their own club. Let's stop this idea that like, how's it right? It's like run like a business, right? Let's stop this idea. It's a sports club. It's rivalry. It's real. This stuff is real. We can say it's banter, but it's not. It's not. Tom de Koning, it's the hardest decision he's ever had to make. My ass. And I don't care that you left, Tom. It's fine. But as you said, I want someone down there to be offended, to feel the disrespect, feel the contempt the league has for you, that they feel comfortable enough to joke about taking 2 more contracted players.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was fucked up to me, man. And sorry, one more thing. And I don't, as you said, I don't need a public statement, because that does something to me, but I want to see some sort of response internally, and we can see it next year on the field, or maybe a player can make a comment of it, in an interview down the line. But please, I just do not pass it off as harmless banter, because it's not. It really isn't. You have to buy into this real side of the game. This is the real shit. Yeah. You see it at local level, man. You see it at local club level. Well, let's just please act like a footy club that's proud of itself. And yeah, that just won't stand for this shit.
Yeah. Like I haven't met many players a lot, but I've met Tom a lot. Such a good person. And then like immediately, and it almost creates like Tom the human and Tom the football player as an identity. And I just felt I did feel a little bit of a fuck you to the club by everyone involved in that.
Now, you know what I felt? I felt a guy who is so comfortable with his decision that just has an underlying lack of respect for the place he just left. I don't care what anyone says. That is a lack of respect. Oh, Blake will come. Are you fucking serious, mate? That is a lack of respect for the place you just left. And what pisses me off is that our captain, I think this is my underlying issue with Cripps throughout his captaincy. He doesn't buy into this shit. Mm-hmm. I understand he loves the psychology side of the game. He wants to be a great leader, but I don't know, man. But a great leader to me is sometimes a bit of a see you next Tuesday. He stood on the field in TDK's last game. You know what he's doing, the media interviews? He stood there by his side, holding his hand like a little puppy, trying to protect him from the media. I've got your back, mate. And like Cripper, do you feel any disrespect when you see that? Or do you just feel like, it's just part of the game, it's the industry now. Never too high, never too low, pound the rock. Just really not good, man. And I just feel that's what we're missing.
No, I felt some type of way about it, but I've struggled to balance it. Like I wanted to do a video on it straight away, and maybe it was a blessing that I didn't, because I might have been a bit too emotional earlier in the week when I saw it. But when this started prickling my ears, so round 1 of the AFLW season, I went to Icon Park, I watched the girls play, and man, you say what you want about the girls' game and it's this and it's that, but fuck, they love being there. Like they sing it. They sing that song with such passion. And I hear, like, when's the last time you remember the boys belting the song out? Like really belting it out. Like it. And I remember hearing it all year, and maybe because it was just disappointment from everyone that we should be where we are, whatever. But I have felt a lack of pride from the group just fester. And what's also funny? Today on my YouTube homepage, I got recommended my review from the semi-final. And I was reading through the comments. Man, let me read one out to you. I took a screenshot, right? Look how proud we were. This is the only time, this was from Retro Tech Digital. This is the only time I felt this immense sense of unity with complete strangers. The only other time has been when I'm at a festival like Rainbow Serpent or Boom. Considering how far apart those two worlds are, never did I think I'd experience that level of unity in anything other than at those festivals. But Carlton has delivered something I never expected, and the journey has been so worth it. Pure magic and gratitude for this Carlton ride that I've been on since a young kid. And I was like reading these comments, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, well, but that thing with the girls, and I've actually enjoyed some of the girls' stuff this year. But I think the overall standards improved a lot. I'm actually, keep an eye on it. They have that local footy club tribalism still, and that's been sucked out of our group. And maybe the people who are leaving, maybe that's what's necessary to get that spirit back. Because I don't think you can rock up to a footy club and think, oh, it's just a job. You have to believe in the spirit and that tribalism. You got to believe in that. You have to. Like, where's the passion going to come from? Where's it going to come from? You see, like Hawthorn have it. Oh my God, Hawthorn have it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and one more thing, just another thing, the Elijah Holland's story. I'm just going to preface this by saying I don't know all the details. I don't think anyone does who's not in the club, but I will say I am disappointed because, again, serious clubs would persevere. And I understand there's a line that has to be drawn with people's behaviour. There's a certain limit to what you can accept, but I do feel like better clubs persevere. Geelong, Tyson Stengel, OD'd in a nightclub, stuck by him. Collingwood, Jordan De Goey, how many indiscretions does he have? They stuck by him because, and this is the thing, yeah, football clubs understand that the main priority of your players is elite sporting performance. Okay, unless they break the law and stuff like that, completely different story. And it's very serious and there's no way back and they've hurt people. I get it. But for goodness sake, this obsession with image and being seen to do the right thing and political correctness and all this stuff, the players' performance is what matters the most. Like with us, right? We would have just got rid of Jordan De Goey the first time we did something. We would have got rid of Tyson Stengel straight away. Why can't we just be a serious club and persevere? Because we know how talented Elijah is. And again, I'm just a Nuppy fan. I don't know the details, but I really feel like a proper club would persevere until the point of no return. I don't know. It just really annoys me.
I guess it just depends on what happened, like what actually happened. That's the big one there. I think there's more issues with the fact that we had 3 senior players halfway in, halfway out. I think we all got played by De Koning this year. I think he was gone the whole time. And I bought into the story throughout the year. I mean, like in the moment, nothing's over until it's over. But after that stream, I was like, you know what, mate, you were gone. Yeah, he was gone. He couldn't wait to get out of there. Let's be fucking real.
Yeah, but you could have a point, man, but I feel like that stuff is an excuse. I feel like it's another cop out for Voss. It's another cop out for the administration. And now I'm hearing them wheel out the injury thing. And I heard it twice, and this is bloody concerning me. I've heard it twice now. Voss seems to have this idea it's the injuries that cost us. It's the injuries that derailed us. It's the injuries. And last year it was injuries as well. And now there's this thing, we didn't have players who were committed to the club. Like, when does it end? When does it end? When does Voss this is my problem with him as well. When does he take accountability for the failures? I haven't heard it yet. And sorry, but I'm just going to get this up. Sorry, if you want to go, I'll be quick.
Don't be sorry. No, mate. Fuck it. I got nowhere to be.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Good. That bloody pathetic chat that Wiedering and Cripper had, I never want to see anything like that again. Bro, that just highlights the lack of hard edge this club has. You're putting the 2 vice captains to sit down like a couple of housewives and have a coffee and a chat and talk about our feelings and what went wrong and this and that. Like, mate, that was putrid. I never, ever, ever want to see that again. You would never see that from a top elite club. You would never see it. That was bloody disgusting. That is weak. Weakness. Jesus Christ. Is that just a directive from the psychologist at the club that you have to share everything and talk about everything and feel everything and I understand. Oh yeah, we had it tough. Never again, bro. Now I would, if I was in charge, if I had any power at the club, I would never let that happen again. And anyone who suggests it is delisted.
Yeah,
I
know. I didn't hate it as much. I didn't hate it as much personally. I think last year, from memory, we had the the hostage videos. Do you remember? They were all sitting in the VFL change rooms. I remember Cripps was like this.
I remember.
I remember watching them one by one. They had the blue brick background, and I guess they tried to come across as just an organic chat. But then you can see them might have been like the sign of, oh, injuries. Oh, make sure the fans. Oh,
the cards. Oh, far out, bro. It's just not what a elite club does, and that brings me on to like the next captain thing.
Yeah,
like I'm not on board with Wiedering, and I've said it to you. I'm not on board at all with Wiedering. It's not that he's bad or he's he doesn't have the ability, but I just think we have had this same profile of captain last 4 goes at it. I don't want to hear, I will lead by example and hopefully others follow. Hopefully others follow is not something I want to hear my captain ever say. I really believe we have to try at someone a demanding presence. Not hopefully you'll follow me. If I do it, you'll see I'll do it. No, I'm going to grab you by the balls and I'm going to make you do it how I do it. You're going to come and see how I do it, and you're going to drag you by the hair.
Well, yeah.
I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, I don't want to hear the leader. I don't want the leader by example anymore. Murph was that. Judd, for much as I love Judd, he was that. He wasn't a demander. Murphy. Who was next? Cripps? No.
Who is that?
I think it's Walsh. I think it's Walsh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard the rumours of him being disgruntled, blah blah blah, and I like that. He should be disgruntled. Are you bloody serious? Let's drop this idea that they're all happy boys and there should be no one should be unhappy there. I don't blame Sauce for being unhappy. I don't blame Tom for being unhappy. I don't blame Charlie for being unhappy. Let's embrace that. I want Walsh to be unhappy, and I want him to get the captaincy and lead the club in a way that we haven't been led in a very, very, very long time. And the Stephen May thing, like it's just like bringing in someone like Stephen May. I don't give a shit about his off-field. I want that see you next Tuesday in the club. Are you kidding me? Even if he plays 2 games, give me that presence. Give me someone who's going to look at someone who's just stuffed up on the field and not be afraid to dress him down or to say, mate, that's not bloody good enough. This is how we do it here. Please, I'm done with good boys. No more.
Yeah, look, I was talking to some just on Stephen May. I was talking to some Melbourne fans recently, and they were sort of saying they were glad to get rid of him. They reckon he's been done for 18 months, just as in he's when that father time moment cut. Yeah, that father time moment comes, and it's just you blink and you click your fingers, and then he's done. They felt that with him for a while, and they reckon that now that he's gone, they can put Harrison Petty back. And I don't know, like I'm not really in the Stephen May camp personally, but I'll agree to disagree on that one. But
that's fine.
For me, like someone like Nick Haynes, like the profile of that pickup, right? This time last year, I think he's 32 years old. He comes in pretty quickly. I think it took, what was that game where he was yelling at him as they're walking off quarter time? Maybe it was GWS potentially, or whatever.
I can't remember. Yeah,
that's the profile that I like. A guy that like is going to be available, that's going to play. A couple of years, 3 to 4 years maybe left. I don't know about Haynes if he's got 3 to 4 left, maybe 2 to 3. Those are the ones that I think are important.
And I'm going to go, but just to touch on the appointments, I like. It does seem like they're rebuilding the program before they remove the coach. So that's we haven't done that before. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But I do feel like we'll have a new coach by the bye, or we will know we'll be having a new coach by the bye once they set up this program. So,
Yep.
yeah, I just don't think he has it. But anyway, mate, thank you for letting me come on.
Love it. Who wins? Who wins tomorrow?
I want Brizzy. But my head says Geelong.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you soon,
All right,
my
mate.
friend.
See ya.
See ya. David.
Hi. Good afternoon. Good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Yeah. How you doing?
David, also known as Equality in the comments. It's always a pleasure having you on, mate.
Thanks for having me on. Before we go into like the nonsense of what's been going on, I'm sure you can already figure out what I would think about the whole Charlie nonsense and deconing and all this business. But first, I just want to thank you for the whole year of the content that you've done and having this forum and allowing me to ramble on in the comments. I know nobody reads all of it because it's insane because you can't. It's nonsense. But
Disagree. I read all of them, every single word.
Then you have my sympathy. But it was. I just want to bring it up because if you remember the North Melbourne game, how we were both thinking, Jesus, this sounds really familiar. This is and you actually referenced the one under T, the what was it, round 17 or whatever, the really bad loss to North Melbourne, which was basically the end of the Teague era. I mean, that was his paper stamp right there.
Yeah.
And you were saying this is all so familiar with the chaos and the problems and everything going on. And then I went back to my comment to the level, I watched your video. I was like, this is the same. And I looked at my comment and it's like, we could be talking about the same game. It's ridiculous. And then, but it brought up a thing like you've given me like an opportunity to like keep a diary of my thoughts about what's been going on. I know that's the whole point of your channel is to document the experience, but I'm sort of taking advantage of that and because it keeps me honest. Though, like, was I really thinking this? Especially like this year, like the stuff thinking early on in the season, like how early was I really thinking this is a mini rebuild, and how early was I talking about Mlot and things like that. And it keeps me honest because I can go back and say, oh, I said this or I didn't say that. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for indulging me because I know it's a lot of stuff, but again, I have nobody else to talk to, so it's kind of your fault.
No, mate, it's a pleasure, and that's exactly what it's for. And particularly for someone who doesn't live in Australia and in a community in real time where you can sort of just go to the coffee shop and hear people talking about the footy and whatever. So but look, one thing I think you've always been on is about the game style, and I actually thought of you yesterday when I did the Josh Fraser video. I was like, wow, this guy is speaking from the book of Michael Voss, who believes in contest first and setting up everything from there. So what's your take there?
Well, I mean, I made a sarcastic remark, which I think apparently somebody didn't quite get in the comments, but that's why. And actually, what's his name? Chris Davis brought the same thing up in his recent interview. It's something that I've been going on a while. It's kind of a false choice between contest and pressure and the modern game with run and carry and blah blah blah. It's really, I mean, it's a binary thing. The game requires both elements, and it always has, at least as long as I've been watching it. Which I had no idea. I admit I had no idea what was going on for the first couple of years because they didn't explain it, and there's no internet, so I had no idea. But it's always been, everything starts. Voss has been very clear about that. It starts with the contest, and every coach that, I don't know if you've noticed, like all the coaches that talked this year, various things, and Buckley, when he's on Waitley's show, he did like his top 7 most important things. Number 1 was contest. When Collingwood was starting to fall apart the last few games, McRae said we needed to be stronger in the contest. That's but that's where it starts. And when Voss first started, even though we were doing really well, blowing through everybody, kind of caught some teams off guard because they didn't scout properly or whatever. The thing was, okay, we're smashing the contest, we're doing well, but then what? And that's what Voss had to add and what everybody had to add. And that's what initially was actually happening. And then we kind of got better. And I know this is controversial to say 2023 actually happened and 2024 actually happened until round 17, and we won't go into that because we know what happened. Well, maybe we don't always know what happened, but
It's so interesting to see how all of a sudden that period of time is so easily dismissed. Like,
well, yeah, it
like-
doesn't mean anything because look at us now. Well, I mean, and then and now there is a valid point that Rocco has brought up and other guys, the consistent or the lack of consistency or the consistent inconsistency. That's a problem, and that does call into question what's going on with the coaching staff and also the playing group because they do have a lot more freedom than we think than we realize. I mean, some do, some don't. Apparently, that was Mlot's issue, where he somebody made a comment in one of your videos not long ago that he felt like he was restricted about where he could go and what he could do. Well, I mean, we all saw that. All the heat maps that you and Pommy go over every year. One game, it was like a straight line.
straight line through the corridor.
It was like, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So, but that's where like we don't know what's going on. Where we can guess, we can see, like when the things were falling apart under Teague, it was real clear that there were 2 or 3 ideas of what everybody was supposed to do, and there was arguing. And then this year is like this is the same thing. And then you saw in the round 3 of the Bulldogs game, apparently you saw some squabbling amongst the coaches on the bench. I don't know if you could hear what was going on or you could tell that there was strife. But I mean, could you sense that they were talking about anything specific, or was it just an ongoing thing, or was it a spontaneous moment, or what exactly was it? I don't know if you really want to talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So I remember that game. I was sitting behind the benches, but not close enough that I could hear what was happening. But you had Nick Newman in the back row with the headset on. You had Aaron Greaves sort of there. You had Voss as well. And at one point in the fourth, and again, it might be unfair to say this because, of course, it's chaotic on a bench and it should be, and it's heat of the moment stuff. But I just remember looking at it. He's yelling, he's screaming, and I'm like, I don't know. The perception from my lens was that it was a bit too chaotic, but that's also from this side of the fence where maybe that's just the way it is for every team and it looks so desperate all the time. I don't know.
I've seen other sports and there's arguing, but you don't have shouting in front of the players, and if they do, it gets shut down real quickly and it doesn't happen again. But whereas here there have been rumors of fights at the hall and in the locker room and struggle between unnamed assistant coach and Voss. We don't know exactly what happened, but I think everybody kind of guesses who it was, who is no longer around. But the chaos has been going on for a while. And that's another thing I've been talking about. And going back to round 17 of last year, we're doing stuff. We're playing the right way, more or less. And even last season, we were smashing everybody except the Swans, playing 80%, 75% strength sometimes because there'd be guys out or somebody would have a bad game or whatever. And it still would take the other team to play perfectly, like the whole time, do everything right. And, their star would need to have like a career best level game sometimes to even come close. And then we stopped doing it. We stopped playing the right way. Like it was like night and day from that game onward. And I'm not going to go into because Hewitt was dropped and Kennedy, because there's other reasons why things went awry. But that's been the theme again, where we're talking about the consistency of inconsistency. They're doing it and then they stop. And so why do they stop? Is it because it's not because they can't run out games, because we know they can, because there have been plenty of comebacks to the fourth and stuff like that. So I don't want to hear that they're not fit or anything like that. And they can't run out games because that's obviously not true.
Yeah.
But something happens where instruction changes. I don't know. I mean, especially this whole season's been weird with Voss up in the box. At times sitting like by himself in the corner. I don't want to go into what Mars calls it, the cuck chair.
The cuck chair.
There were 2 games where he was sitting there with nothing in front of him, just like off to like he was at the child's table. And at a family gathering, he was at the kids' table by himself, and he would be talking and pointing, and nobody would look at him. Everybody was staring at their screen, like purposely ignoring him. So it's like, what is being sent down to Greaves when he's the one on the phone passing the message along. Are the instructions being passed along? Is it something different? Who knows? And that's where like we can put together a lot of information from what you can see, because there are things that happen and you can see it happening, and then there's stuff that they actually say, like the thing about the instructions to the small forwards all year, which that's another little pet peeve of mine, where people didn't believe me, and it's like, no, it's not my opinion. Durden has said it in an interview. Fogarty said it in a post game thing, and either Voss or Russell said something similar. I'm drawing a blank as which it was. That their instructions are pressure, contest, defense, tackling, interrupt. Don't worry about counting your touches. Don't worry about kicking goals. As long as you're doing a pressure every day, you're doing your job. They've said that explicitly, independently of each other. It's not me making that up. And that, that reflects on their game, especially Mlot playing this weird hybrid role, which hopefully that's going to be finished, because it was compensating for something. There's a lot of that was 55 guys behind the ball, compensating for a perception of there's no defense, and we can talk. There's not being able to defend in the midfield and whatever. That's another discussion, but clearly there's been an overcompensation on putting too many people back. I mean, when Voss first came here, it was the Lee Matthews 7 back. Sure, okay, but now we got 16 guys back, 17 guys back all the time, or the defense pushes way up, and so the point is the smalls are not often in a position to do anything offensively, and that when we give up always 33 goals a game, nothing was done to replace that. I don't understand what
it's.
That's
it was interesting because I remember.
In a vacuum.
Yeah, I remember the chatter around last year. I mean, we lost. I mean, Marchbank, Martin, Cunningham. Let's just say those three. These were the guys that I remember we were joyful that we were getting rid of the guys and taking a stand on the guys that couldn't get their bodies right. But the reality was we didn't replace them with senior players ready to play. We had this idea in our head that the youngsters were ready to take the next step, which reality is they weren't.
That was kind of a forced thing too.
Yep. Yeah.
But
where do you sit in the discussion of where we're at? Mini rebuild, reset, refresh, alt F4.
All of the above. I mean, that's where, again, my comments kept me honest. Somewhere around round 4 or 5 of this year, I said something about, this is kind of a mini rebuild thing. And then kind of kept bringing it up. And at one point later in the season, you asked, like, how do we know it's a rebuild? What are the signs that it's a rebuild? And, it's the trying a few things. Different guys, how many different new players? There have been counting Haynes and Frankie Evans, 7 debutantes, plus Moyer and Cooper Lord and Binns, who debuted at the very end of last season. So I'm kind of counting them as still, the new kids for this season, because 2 games in garbage time doesn't necessarily count as, they're veterans. So almost half the playing group are new, essentially.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the half of the back line changed because Newman's out, and Jack Silvani playing that role full time for the first time. Really, because he didn't want to play. I mean, they tried a little bit down back early on. He didn't want to do that for understandable reasons. He's 6'4" and can kick, so theoretically he should have been able to cope, other places. And he was actually doing all right as third tall, I thought. And then, last year, and also when he was doing the Ruck Rover thing, if we're allowed, if that's, I know Rover doesn't exist anymore, but it does. But he was actually doing that, and he thought, I like this, I can contribute, and I know I can do it. And again, as part of looking back at stuff, sorry, some big motorcycle just drove by him. His 50th game interview, he said, I've tried, they played me in different positions, but I just haven't been able to lock anything in. I haven't really been able to succeed anywhere. And he was putting it on himself, not any of the resentment of clubs mistreated me by jerking me around. He wasn't saying that at all. So he hasn't said they mistreated him at all this year. That's been the chatter, and who knows who put that out?
I'm still trying to figure that part out. I'm trying to figure
him.
that part out where we apparently treated him so badly.
Yeah, no, of course not. Of course not. That's management or his dad or I don't know. And he certainly didn't say that himself ever, as far as I'm aware. And that farewell letter, all class, even if he didn't believe half of what he was saying, I don't care. He has not ever said that he was mistreated, at least publicly, or that or even anybody quoted him. It's all been, ethereal chatter that we don't know about that. But in any case, so he was playing down back and obviously doing well. He was one of the best intercept guys in the game for eight or nine rounds, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the groin, but he was new to the group. Ollie Holland's playing. He played back a few times last year, but now full time at halfback. So there's communication issues. You got to learn how to talk to each other, and when it's your turn to go, and do I cover you? And then especially with McGovern, who can run off to find a contest 30 yards away at the drop of a hat, and then, hey, can you cover for me? After he's already gone, that happens. Little too much, but
what was funny about McGovern that reminds me. So this morning I was reading my comments from the semi-final review video, and we were all so happy with McGovern and Akers. Like we were so enamored by them
because they were fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Akers obviously, because of the spectacular goal where he almost couldn't see because he was in excruciating pain just from taking the mark. I mean, broken collarbone, right? Wasn't it broken collarbone?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
And he goes up for that mark.
Yeah.
And which he wouldn't have been able to get if McGovern hadn't on his own followed Bailey Fritz up there. What Bailey Fritz thought he was doing, I don't know, but he was the only one playing defense for his team at that moment. So, and he would have gotten that, or at least disrupted Akers, playing with one arm, if McGovern hadn't bumped him off and kind of drawn him away. So, full credit to McGovern for that. But I'm actually more of a positive view of how McGovern has performed the whole time. And I understand the flaws. I understand what some people talking about. I think he's been a lot more impactful at times than he gets credit for. And some of the kicks, because he's the daring, trying to kick into space and whatever. And this is the season where guys have not moved into space at all. So, and Ollie Hollins has been a victim of that too. He kicked to space where normally, oh, look, there's room. You're supposed to go. Isn't that what they teach you as a little kid? Go to space, leap forward, go to the ball, go find the ball.
Yeah.
We weren't doing that at all most of the time. So you're kicking it to where you would think normally would be a good place, and nobody's getting it, and then they blame McGovern for it or blame Ollie for it. So there's a lot of that.
Yeah. How do you feel, before I let you go, just about what the changes that you're seeing so far?
Well, so far we're at 2.5 Infinity Stones, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I'm not sure about Chris Davies. I mean, I understand he oversaw a lot of consistency with Port Adelaide, and he certainly says the right things and has the right vision. I don't know enough about how he sees the game, like at the ground level, to know, like going forward, what's he gonna do, or but I mean, certainly we're not going to have somebody. I mean, he just in that 10-minute interview, whatever, said more coherent things about the sport than he who shall not be named ever did in any of his media appearances. I mean, there was one time where he actually said something that was completely false and wasn't actually what was happening on the field. It's like, how is this guy here? I don't know. But he's not going to oversee the cast because, Brad Lloyd oversaw cast twice. The same. I mean, that's why I brought up the North Melbourne thing. I mean, 2 times the head of football just let it happen.
Yeah.
What do these guys actually? I don't know. So
Yep.
so far, Graham Wright, he's put out the right message. He's had the right attitude. Whether or not it's all going to work out, we don't know yet.
We will see.
If I think one of the third Infinity Stone is going to be Charlie. One way keeping him, in my view, I think somebody's going to just say, you know what, we have to trade him. I don't know why. We have to trade him, and they'll take kind of not a great deal. And everybody will be, oh, it's fantastic. It's just,
Oh, no matter what the deal is, it'll be dressed up.
Yeah, and oh yeah, it'll be great. 2 future this and that, and then and a mid-range player who's actually a gun, and you have no idea because the grass is always greener outside of Icon Park. I mean, we're all like that.
Yeah.
But I think you should stick fast and make Charlie stay because we need more consistency. Even if we're in a mini rebuild and 2026 is kind of a holding pattern and we're actually going for 2027 because there's going to be another like 15 guys out of contract at the end of 2026.
Oh, yeah.
And some veterans, and there's going to be a lot more changes. So maybe we're just saying tread water for 2026, and then you don't need Charlie, but it would be nice to have Charlie get back, get everybody playing, get them happy again if there's some success. And then, none of this, and then he'll stay in the 2027.
We will see.
I don't think his injuries are as insane as what everybody seems to think. Because
fair.
We'll see.
Mate,
We'll see.
Who wins the granny?
My predictions are always wrong, but I'm leaning towards Brisbane just because Fagan has his boys figure stuff out, whereas Geelong just does their thing regardless. And also with no Stewart.
Cool. Okay.
Blitzov's could probably go back, but it's not going to be the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, mate. So good to hear from you. Thanks for calling in.
All right. No, thanks. Yeah, and thanks again for the great content for the year.
Mate, my pleasure. See ya. Love hearing from David. Fucking brilliant. Guys, by the way, if you haven't yet filled out the survey, please fill out the survey. It'll be a major help for me moving forward. Let's continue on. Costa.
Hey, Terry, how's it going?
Wow. Long time.
It's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a busy year. I haven't been able to hop on, but I've watched all the videos after games and stayed in tune.
Wow, man. I'm having flashbacks, man.
Yeah. I think the first time I came on was after the Gold Coast game where Cripps notoriously said the Blues are back. And we are well and truly not back ever since. So we came back for a little bit, but yeah, straight back to mediocrity, I guess.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What's your summary of what's happening lately? Like, what's front of mind for you?
Yeah, I guess what I really wanted to touch on in my eyes is our lack of leadership on field. I think that's the biggest glaring issue at Carlton that sort of isn't spoken about enough, really. I think when you look at successful clubs like Brisbane, Collingwood, Geelong, teams who are always there when September comes, I think you look no further than their leaders, and you see it time and time again. I mean, the fact that Jesse Mlot, Frankie Evans, these guys are whipping boys for Carlton just proved to me that we have a lack of leadership, because we shouldn't have to look at young players as the people who have to perform. It should be our leaders who are standing up in those tight moments when the game's not going our way, but they're not. So the spotlight just goes straight to our young players. Like, you look at Brisbane, for example, they've got the Ashcroft brothers in there. If Levi doesn't perform for a game, no one cares because their leaders are the people who are performing. They're not whipping boys. Collingwood's the same thing. Geelong's the same thing. Like, you've got players who are allowed to develop because the leaders are the ones taking the brunt of the game. And we just don't have that. And we haven't had that for a really long time. And then to think of experienced players or players who are turning into those leaders like Jack, like Tom, like Charlie, all leaving, the Doherty retiring this year, it makes me really worried about what's going to happen next year with that lack of leadership going on. All these youngsters are coming through, but are they really going to be able to develop without people showing them the way?
It's such an interesting point you make, because I think up until this year, and I reckon it'll change next year, But up until this year, it was almost like, oh, you know, they got the runs on the board. Charlie and Harry and Cripps and Walsh and Wiedering, like, nah, don't worry, like they got the runs on the board. No, they
Yeah.
don't. They don't
No.
have the runs on the board. We just bought into the story of them and like, don't worry, you know, they'll come back and they'll fix things up. And no, I think that the time, I hope anyway. I also do wonder if from 2026 onwards we stop this. I mean, myself included. This fascination with the individual. Like they are literally all nothing without the team.
Mhm. Yeah, and there are groups of players, right? Like you have your leaders, you have your mid-experienced players, role players, and then you have your youngsters. That's how I see the team, and that's how every good team operates, right? Like you can't all be guns. The salary cap doesn't allow for that, but you have leaders who show the way, and then you've got your role players, and then you've got rookies who you're developing for the future. And for us, we've got our role players who are underperforming, our leaders who are seriously underperforming, and then that just puts pressure on the younger players who are then not developing. So it's just this cycle of mediocrity that's never going to get better unless it starts at the top. And I'm not even singling out players. I'm just saying the leadership as a whole is just lacking in the club, and we're never going to get better unless that gets better.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What do you make of the direction here? It looks like they're building the department as a strong department, almost first. I mean, the players that don't want to be there, or the players that we're moving on from are going to go. I don't know where you sit on the Charlie Curnow conversation, but yeah, it really looks like they're bringing in some serious senior experience into the group.
Yeah, I love it, to be honest. It's what you can ask for, but it has a similar feel to 2022 at the end of the season when we brought in Luke Sayers, when we brought in, what's his name, Brian Cook, when we brought in these guys and we all had this new sense of hope and refreshness. Bringing in these new guys sort of has a similar feel to that, which I don't mind because we had a couple of good years after that, and I think some good leadership might be a good thing for us in the department. I think that ultimately it always all falls down on the players. And I think we don't put enough responsibility on them. I think when things are going bad, we can look at, you know, the head of football and the coach and all of these sorts of things, which of course play a massive role. But at the end of the day, it's the players that go out there every week and go out and run to try to get a result. And I just don't think that we've had as much of a, I guess, focus on that in the last couple of years. You've got Doherty coming out of that interview saying like we would have loved some more senior leaders in the group to try to go again, and that just didn't happen. And I honestly completely agree with him. I think that was the time to sort of bolster up, and while we're in that premiership window, rather than letting all those players walk away. So yeah, I think it's great what the department's doing. Charlie could give two shits if he stays or goes. Honestly, I'm just in that department. I don't think he's in our next premiership team, if I'm honest. So at this point, it's what are we really keeping him for? Is it to try to keep Voss's job next year? Is it, or should we sort of bring in some younger talent that might actually help us in the future when our premiership team eventually gets there?
Yeah, you know, when Wiedering said, I think there would have been 8 weeks to go, and he said, we're going to find our purpose. I mean, that was red flag. If there wasn't a red flag already, I think that was a red flag. But I think on a whole, if the team's struggling to find its purpose all year, and then they're looking for it 8 rounds to go in a season, that's probably a sign that we're resetting the whole thing. I don't know how deep. I don't know why. Does it matter how deep it is? Like, is it a full rebuild or a mini rebuild? Like, what does that even mean? We're resetting the thing anyway.
Yeah. Well, like, do you think that this team's going to win a Premier? Like, do you see Patrick Cripps lifting the cup?
Oh, nah, I don't know. Probably not. Look, footy's weird and wonderful, and I've seen it happen with almost every other club except us.
Yeah, let me reframe the question then. Do you have faith in our club to make the right decisions to get Patrick Cripps that cup? Because it can happen, right? But do you have the faith in the people that are in the club right now to take us there?
I'm not so obsessed with, like, yeah, I understand the story. Like, yeah, it'd be good, the picture of Cripps with the cup and what it means, like symbolic. He's been a champion of the club. But just like all the other great teams, I mean, they dropped Luke Bruce for the prelim, I think it was. 3-4-time premiership player, like a champion. Cripps is a champion at Carlton, especially in the modern era. Do I want him to lift up the cup? Yeah, but I also don't want to pander decisions just for Patrick Cripps, just because he's like, I think we've just done that too much.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree.
Yeah, I do lean in. I do lean into it. I really do. I love Cripps as a player, but also like I have to stop thinking that way as well. Like if it's not Cripps holding the cup up, then it's going to have to be the next group.
Yeah, and that's my point, I guess. I think Cripps sort of represents that generation, right? Like Cripps, Kerno, Harry, Wiedering, those guys. I think those groups, the best that they'll ever achieve is a prelim, unfortunately. I think I don't see them taking us back there. So when you have these comments about Charlie getting traded as an example, to me, I don't really see it as that big of a deal. I don't think that he's the bloke that's going to get us to a flag. And ultimately, that's all I really care about. I don't care about making the 8 or, doing well every year. I want to see my team win a flag. And if
Mate, look, the fact that Charlie came back from his injuries and played to the level that he did is a miracle. I just don't think Charlie wants to be a leader and is a leader on the field. And that's okay. And that's fine. We needed Charlie to be a great leader. And I don't think he was for whatever reason. His body let him down this year and he's got some issues with the club and whatever's going on. We still lack leadership in the forward line as well as at the football club.
Yeah, definitely. And another point that I was thinking about was with this Kerno trade that what's his name from Sydney, the forward, Tom Papley was the first name that was brought up as to a potential good fit for Carlton because we need a small forward. 5 fucking years ago, we were going after Tom Papley as a great fit for the Carlton Football Club in the small forward role. Like if that doesn't show the lack of development in this club for the past 5 years, nothing will, because we went so hard after him. We needed him. And now the very first name that gets brought up is Tom Papley again, because we need a good small forward. It blows my mind how we have these such obvious areas lacking and we do nothing about it. And you link it back to Geelong and Collingwood and Brisbane again. Brisbane needed a good small forward. They bring in Charlie Cameron. Geelong turned Tyson Stengel into an All-Australian. Collingwood go out and get Bobby Hilly Williams and Norm Smith. Like, everyone could see that that's where the game was heading. The small forwards are going to have a huge impact. We bring in a 31-year-old Eddie Betts and said that'll be enough. It's crazy.
Mate, absolutely. What about tomorrow?
I think the Cats absolutely demolished the Lions. I think it's going to be a terrible grand final. 50 plus points is my prediction. I think they've got too much experience. You can't be limping into finals, and Brisbane are doing exactly that. So I just think the Cats are going to be too professional for them in the end. Yeah,
when I think of it logically, I do think the same. I'm manifesting a good grand final, but it kind of is all set up. And I think when I saw the injury list for Geelong and there's 3 of them on there, I thought, okay, well, they're giving themselves the best chance. They've managed their players, especially their senior players, so well all year. Jack Martin played half a season, essentially. Dangerfield, they've just literally put the perfect plan in place, and he's just peaking at the right time. So they'll be hard to beat. I don't know. I just hope the Lions can do something special.
I hope so too. I just hope for a good game. That's all. We've had a few stinkers, so it'll be good to have a good one.
Yeah, man. Hey, great chatting with you. Thanks for calling in, man.
My pleasure, Tez. Thanks.
All right, bye. Ben.
Hey, mate. How are you?
I'm well. Where are you?
I'm at work. I'm on my lunch break, so just taking a bit of time to say good day quickly.
Mate, love it. What's work? What do you do?
I'm working in customer service in South Australia. So
beautiful.
Yeah, all good. Having a pretty cruisy day today. So yeah.
Happy days, mate. Indulge me. What's on your mind?
Not much. I've been hearing a bit of commentary about us and what some of the people have been saying. Kind of the opinion that I think we're not far off. Actually, I think we can bounce back into the 8. I don't think we're anywhere near at this stage a flag, but if we can build on the pieces that we have, we're not to trade Charlie unless we get a really good deal. I don't want a so-so deal. I don't want an okay deal. I want a proper deal for a proper, legitimate A-grade bona fide footballer. Personally,
I think at this early point in time, let's just say there's a deal that's going to get done with the Swans or the Giants or the Suns or whatever. The actual final deal is not really going to be the one that's first reported. Usually starts a little somewhere. So that what I'm saying is, if it is going to be a deal with the Swans, they will be giving up one of their untouchables if it is to happen. If it's going to be the Suns, they will be giving up one of these players that they initially said no way. Or there's the other situation where the club says no, you're staying because we can't get a good deal.
Yeah,
So-
that would have to happen. But yeah, I just I've heard some comments, and I know Paddy Cripps is generally quite a positive person, but I heard his comments throughout the week saying that in his mind, he feels that he's more bullish next year than what he was this time last year. I'm not sure if you saw.
I did say that,
those
yeah.
comments. And I know,
I'm
look,
not-
we've been sort of taken on a bit of a ride, I guess, as supporters the last little while, but I do think there are some positives. Like we've got, who knows with Frankie Evans? I mean, that was just unbelievable. His last few weeks of the year, I didn't see that coming. I was as critical of anyone of him. I thought he was a top spud, to be honest, just as a footballer. But just shows what confidence can do for a player. And I think so. And I think just at the very end of the year, we started to fix that forward connection. And I know we weren't playing A-grade teams. Admittedly, we were playing against Essendon and Port Adelaide. We were a little bit better against Gold Coast at the very end, and we actually had a good game against Freo, I thought too. So yeah, look, I think we can get to finals, but look what Brisbane and Geelong are doing at the moment, and what the likes of Hawthorn are trying to do. Obviously, that's where we need to get to. So it shows that we definitely are a ways off that.
Well,
no
you know what's
doubting
interesting
that.
about Geelong and Brisbane? They got guys in their teams, both of them, who are like genuinely mid-30s. Zorko's mid-30s. Dangerfield is mid-30s. Jeremy Cameron, he's in his mid-30s. I reckon. Is Blitzard's in his mid-30s?
He'd have to be over 30.
He's 34.
Yeah. And they've got the balance, right between developing their young players. Look at Brisbane, the way they develop their young players, plus bringing in quality senior players. That's why I think Collingwood, if they're not careful, they're gonna dip in the next year or two. They're gonna crash and burn eventually, because Brisbane and Geelong, that they've just got that balance perfect at the moment. And then, of course, as I said, Hawthorn are just are building really strongly. Gold Coast, so there's like 5 or 6 teams probably, in my mind, that separating themselves from the rest of the pack. So yeah,
I've just seen here, Mason Cox has been encouraged to explore his options with no guarantees. And then Tom Mitchell's the other one that's been told to also.
Tom Mitchell too. Yeah, right.
Tom Mitchell, yeah. Mitchell is the other one who's been encouraged to explore his options and has had his name thrown up to clubs as a possible low-cost midfield addition, who's keen to play on if possible. I don't know how old Tom Mitchell is. Tom Mitchell age. I reckon he's 30. Okay, he's 32. He's 32.
Yeah.
So
that tells me they must be up to something. I think they're trying to free up some space for a shot at maybe Charlie, throwing at the stumps to get Charlie, but good luck with that.
Gee, imagine
anyone but them.
Just for a moment, imagine Kono goes to Collingwood and just gives Carlton the biggest fuck you possible. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's okay. Give us Nicky D then, and we'll consider. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What happens tomorrow? What are you doing for the game?
I'll have a pretty quiet one. Just watch it with family. I'd say I think it'd be a pretty close game. I actually think Brisbane will. They're a good team. They'll give them a run for their money, but probably can't go past the difference in the players that they've got in the park in terms of injury wise. There is a question mark over Brisbane, and Geelong are just, they're in such good form. Their forwards are, unbelievable. Probably say Geelong by 16 points. Is my guess.
Were you
what
watching-
about you?
I'm gonna. I've said Brisbane by 1, but it's more of a hope, because if Brisbane win by 1, then it's going to be an all-time classic grand final.
I'd like to see them win. I'd like to see Brisbane win.
Yeah. Just also the story, resilience. They're wounded, so yeah. But
A great game, and a good performance from Snoop as well. That'd be cool to see.
Snoop's going to be epic. I'm so excited.
I think so. Yeah. No, I like his stuff. So no, it'll be good. It'll be an experience for something different than that we have never seen. So.
Yep. Mate, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Take it easy. See you, mate. Bye.
See ya. Aiden.
Hello, Terry.
Mate, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
Yeah, good. Got the focus on you. Got the interesting. What's the word? Is it a filter? No, it's not a filter.
No,
It's like a camera.
it's a blurry thing.
Blurs out the background.
Yeah, no, I'm just on my bed.
Nice, mate. What's going on? Good to see that we're not angry and stressed, or are we?
Nah, I've actually shut off from Carlton over the last few weeks. So
Yeah.
I haven't looked at interviews. I haven't looked at anything. Just completely shut off from them. So yeah, but I mean, about I saw the Cribs comments, and hasn't he said that same thing like every year, nearly?
I think Cripps is just the eternal optimist, which I can understand.
Yeah,
I can understand.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning, though, to be honest.
Yeah. Well,
But-
what's the balance of you want the leader? Because I mean, if you are always as the figurehead, if you're always looking at what's wrong, then you're always focusing on the problem. But I personally want my leaders to be solutions based, which I think he is. But at the same time, I also want them to be competitive and offended, as I said earlier. But maybe the offended part is happening behind closed doors. And really, the only way to really get back at anything that we've heard or seen is to perform better on the field, not with what they say back publicly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because they're good at saying stuff, but when it comes to proving it on field, they tend to do the complete opposite. But that might change with the language that Walsh and Wiedering said after, I think, a couple games this year. Maybe it's changed. Maybe Graham Wright's changed that mentality. Who knows? We'll find out next year. But I don't know. Like I'm a bit concerned for next year. I'm not going to have like high expectations, to be honest with you. Like based off who we're getting in now, and like Buku, Karmas, and the other 3 players, I actually have no idea who they are before they got linked to Carlton. But I think we'll probably most likely finish the same as we did this year, to be honest with you. But like obviously there's no evidence to see because they haven't even kicked the ball yet. But based off like right now and what Voss has said and how I think he said that next year is basically like a reset. I think he said that. Then that just says to me that we probably may not make finals, and it will probably be 1 step backwards to go 2 steps forward, which is okay. But then again, like if you told me 5 years ago that in year 5 we will have like a reset after coming off a prelim 2 years prior, then I'd be a bit concerned because if anything, I mean 2022 that probably would have been the reset. But I mean, footy's not perfect. Footy comes in ebbs and flows. So that's just how I'm feeling, to be honest.
I reckon we could be better than what we were this year if we field a team that's purely 100% on the same page. So we might lose some regular players in De Koning and Silvani, and let's just even put Kerno out there because I don't know if Kerno really won us many games and was the superstar that we saw him be in previous years this year, unless he was, and I'm just making that up. But I would like to think that a list next year that is on the same page and completely bought in, and not having 2 or 3 guys with their foot out the door and pretending that they're happy to be there. I think by virtue of just that and not having rotten apples, we could actually see a better team instead of the individual.
Yeah, because you'll have a collective buy-in from everyone. You won't have some are bought in and some are half-assed, can't be bothered. And I think that's what we saw this year through like a couple players. And if that happens, then I mean it ruins the morale of the team. If you have a few players that are bought into whatever they have on. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. But then again, like if you think about it, we're gonna lose. We've lost the Koenig, Silvani, and if Charlie leaves, then I mean that's 3 of your best 22 players gone, and the players that we will be replacing them with, they don't have the same caliber as them 3. And I just think that, look, we probably will play better, and we probably will perform better on field. But I mean, I just can't see us making finals if we're losing 3 of our best 22 players, to be honest. But I mean, I could be wrong, really, because if you look at this year, Adelaide, they finished 14th last year. They brought in 3 role players and they finished first. And I'm sure if you told people that from last year that are Adelaide supporters, they take that every day of the weekend. But look, I mean, anything can happen. But yeah, I'm gonna have my lid on firmly shut for next year. So yeah.
Would you take? I don't know if I asked you this recently. We've had our year this year. We've seen what happened to Adelaide. I was asking people recently if they thought Adelaide's year was a success. Would you, if I said to you right now, we'll finish on top next year, but we'll go out in straight sets, would you take it? Would you call like what comes to mind?
Oh, if we lost, let's say Charlie, obviously the Koenig and Silvani, and if we finished first and got our straight sets, I'd take that every day of the week, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
to be honest,
very, very interesting.
Because if we're going to lose one of our best players and still, play 2 finals, and I'd take that every day of the week. But yeah, I mean, with the Charlie thing, I do think that I think it will be a 3-way trade, to be honest. And I feel like we'll probably get some picks in. I think Paul will probably be involved as well. I think if we let go of Charlie, then I think we'll go for a big crack at Butters, because apparently our new footy boss has a great relationship with Butters. And I mean, you never know from there. If we get Butters, then my perception of next year may change, because he's a freak of a player and we need a player like that. But I mean, who knows what happens with Charlie? I mean, trade period doesn't even start until the next couple of weeks, and
Next week.
Oh wow, yeah. So,
hey, buckle up.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really busy trade period. But do you actually see him leaving?
Charlie? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do now. It took me a while to believe that he really was being like this. My initial reaction was, no, I believe Charlie. No, Charlie loves the place. Like he bleeds blue. And I remember the article in February saying that, we just have to win the premiership with this group. And, all the language was positive. I thought that the fact that he played early in the year was a good sign, because he was underdone, but like we needed him and he sort of played through it. And I just didn't think he would be so quote unquote desperate to get out. Do I believe he's desperate to get out the way it's being reported? Not sure. But I guess I expected Charlie to become a really strong leader of the team. And that's why I'm really disappointed, because I thought he was that, or I thought he was on the way to becoming that.
Yeah.
But
do you if he does stay though, like, how do you think, like, you would take it? Like, would you be fine? I mean, like, I love him to stay, but I mean, like, it'd be a bit weird, like, because he caused a massive song and dance about leaving. Literally, he showed himself at the Geelong Hawthorn game, and if you got players saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna meet up with Charlie tomorrow at his bathhouse," then yeah,
so
I mean,
part of me in my mind says, who do these guys think they are? But then I'm quickly humbled with that opinion, because we built them up to be who they are now think they are with the way that they're acting. We
Yeah,
literally did. We overhyped them, like
We
me included.
we literally called the guy King Charlie.
Yeah,
So,
man.
Like, if he's getting called that, then like, all right, if I'm the king, then I can do whatever I want. But
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, yeah, it's I don't know with him. I mean, I feel like he's caused enough damage, to be honest, and I feel like if he does stay, you have to get rid of him in the leadership group. You can't have him in there.
Yeah, look, if he does stay, I think if we don't get a good deal, I think you have to have that conversation of, all right, we'll either trade you to somewhere else that you haven't requested, or give us one good season and help us help you to go. You can go at the end of next year, but you need to come back, be professional, and you need to play well in order for us to get a better deal.
Yeah,
I
true.
think,
Who would you take? Like, because
man.
I'm talking about like I want either Goulden, Heaney, or some of the Gold Coast guns and all that. Geelong,
I'd
I
love
can't
Goulden.
see them doing a deal.
I'd love Gordon. Yeah, would love him.
Yeah.
You know what also would be pretty solid? Imagine Jason came on a few weeks ago and sort of was speaking about it, but turn him into 2 to 3 players who are not superstars, but are bona fide, solid players, good players. Because like we've put so much of our salary cap into 6 or 7 guys that our depth sucks. And so if you can turn him into, okay, you're not going to replace Charlie Curnow, but you will replace another player on the field with the better player and another one on the field with a better player and maybe a third. So,
I mean, we also need a forward though, to be honest, because Harry's a couple concussions away from danger zone with that, and
but
Harry can.
Everyone is. Every
Yeah.
player is a couple of concussions away,
Yeah, but do you think Charlie Levin has got to do something with the coach as well, Coach Dane? Because there's been a little bit rumours of him and Voss having spews and all that.
I don't know. I would like to think Voss is challenging Charlie hard.
Yeah, and Charlie probably doesn't like that, and he's probably like, "Oh, then I'm yeah." And if that's the case, then that says a lot about how Charlie is, and if he's like that, then I mean he can go.
Because isn't that what we want? Don't we want like better
Yeah.
standards? Don't we want them to be challenged viciously? Isn't that what we want?
Yeah, and if Charlie thinks that getting challenged here is hard enough, if he goes to Gold Coast with what Damien Hardwood's like, or Geelong with what Chris Scott's like, then he's gonna cop
Yeah.
he's gonna cop a fair bit. But I mean, yeah, it's also a bit of a. I'm still really skeptical on how we kept Voss, but I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then whoever agreed on that has to take full accountability. But I mean, hopefully we bring in the right assistants to help him out. So
yeah, hopefully Josh Fraser's official. I know Tom Morris reported it. I hope that's true. Yeah, big fan.
Do you think are we going to get rid of more, or is that it? Like more
Players?
assistants? No, I'm saying like, are we going to get rid of a few more assistants, or can we not now? Yeah,
we can. Like we definitely can.
yeah.
Just don't know if we will.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what
mate.
happens.
Who wins tomorrow? Before I let you go.
Oh, probably Geelong. I feel like Brisbane. They're a great team. They're an amazing club. I can't believe we started our rebuild with them, and 10 years later, look where they are and look where we are. But yeah, I feel like Geelong will win tomorrow. Yeah, I feel like they're picked at the right time.
Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
I'll leave it to you.
Cheers, Terry. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Let's go to Riser.
G'day, Terry. How are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. Where are you?
I'm in my studio at the moment.
Oh, in the
My
man
music
cave.
studio. My little man cave.
You make music?
I make music, play music. Yeah.
What do you play? What do you make?
I've been doing some tributes of the last 20 years and yeah, just doing my own sort of music here and there and recording with some friends. Bit of fun.
Love that.
Nah, it's a bit of fun, mate. I just love my music and love live performing and stuff like that. So maybe we can have a big Blue Abroad party one day, and I'll get my band in.
All right. I'll keep that one in mind. What have you got? What have you got on your mind though? What's come to your head with Carlton?
What's come to my head? I woke up not bad this morning. Like one of the other callers, I haven't been thinking about Carlton too much in the last few weeks, but then I caught a conversation with one of your earlier callers, and it got me really upset. The TDK thing, man. On the podcast, it was it was a kick in the face to us Blues supporters, I reckon. And also, I didn't like seeing Akers with his big bloody smile in the Geelong rooms as well. I know that Tom was in there supporting his brother. I can accept that one. But Akers sitting there hugging Ollie Henry, was it? I think. I'm not too sure. But, with his big bloody smile on his face. So just going back a little bit before, it's not a good culture to have. I want someone... as well as other supporters. We want someone in the club to just show a little bit of backbone with that. It's about us now, yeah. We can't be being friends with everybody, and we're the laughing stock of the AFL at times. People take the piss out of us. Other clubs take the piss out of us. Other players take the piss out of us. Other coaches take the piss out of us. I think it's time to just grow a backbone and get a bit more serious. And Cripper's got to get more sterner with his words. Tezza.
I was talking about this the other day. I remember 2022, Cripps' first Brownlow year. He turned. There was an edge to him. I remember the little dust up with Prestio in round one, and he had this. I don't know. He had this. I guess it was Voss's first year as coach, and I remember Cripps was just real. He had the angry pills on it a little bit, and that's gone. For a fleeting moment, he started becoming, that Hodge type.
Just for that fleeting moment, and I thought, like, wow, is the other boys going to come up and back him with all of these words and his attitude? But yeah, it softened over the last couple of years, didn't it, mate? I don't know where that came from. I'm only going to say I'm very old school when it comes to the disciplining of players and how they hold themselves amongst the club on the ground, and even how they speak in press conferences. I am going to put it down to a bit of the coach. You've got to instill that in your players from day one. I recently watched that Hawthorn documentary on Channel 7 with Sam Mitchell about their preseason. I don't know if you've seen that one, Terry. But there was just a few little things that really got me with Sam Mitchell, the way he coached and even the way he spoke to his assistants. Things like body language and stuff, where his assistants and the players didn't even understand what that was about until he stopped a practice match mid-game and went down to his players and told all the assistants, don't tell them how good they kicked the ball, how well they possessed it, how well they did, all this sort of stuff. Tell them that their body language fucking sucked. And you have body language like that, you will never win fucking flags. And he got him into the rooms after that, and he actually worded it again to him. That is totally up to the coach. You have to instill that backbone into your players. You've got to make them a little bit scared and feel like that there's no one else but the club. So I'm going to put that a bit on Voss, and I reckon he's been told that by GW. Because in his last few weeks of his presses, his whole mannerism changed. His voice changed, and you could see he was a little bit, how can I say, conceding. But look, I'm only just speaking on what I see. I look at body language a lot in life. So just with that one. But look, we'll see. He will be coaching for his position next year, Terry, no doubt about it. And if Charlie leaves, it's going to make it very difficult for him, mate. Just not too sure with that. But we got to give him a chance, and hopefully he can prove us all wrong. And we'll see what happens with that. But I like that. Mlot also showed a little bit of loyalty there. I've been one of the big ones on Mlot too about his gameplay, and as a player, and I don't think he's right up to it. But what I did like was his loyalty at this time, that we need players to want to be at our club. But he must improve next year. Yeah, like it'll be his 5th year. We can't keep calling him a kid. He's got to start showing a little bit more than what he is. But I'm happy that he signed. And but with the Charlie thing, I don't think it'll be a straight swap. If it is going to go ahead, Geelong have nothing to give us, and they don't want to give up any great player. Sydney's the same, and GC's the same. So I'm going to think it might be a 3 or even a 4-way trade if it does come to fruition with Charlie. I'm not too sure with that. And I don't want to just swap for another big full forward, mate. I wouldn't mind a really quality small small to medium forward in replace. A really good, tough defender. Heard you speaking about Stephen May before. Someone with that sort of attitude would be fantastic for a club. And another quality mid would be, one of those three will be a great addition to us if we can move on Charlie. But yeah, he's not going anywhere unless one of these clubs come to us. We've got the upper fucking hand, and we're not budget. But again, though, if he doesn't want to be at the club, that's another thing we've got to look at as well. And because if we keep him and he just doesn't perform, what's the point of that as well? So I'm not too sure about that one, Terry. It's up in the air with Charlie, mate. So
Who have you got? What are you doing for grand final?
One of my close Greek friends has come down from Queensland.
Yep.
And I grew up with, and he's come down to visit his brother, and we're gonna just have a barbecue tomorrow, mate, and probably get on the piss and go for the Lions.
How much by, and who's the Norm Smith?
Ooh, I'm gonna go the Lions by about 20 points, 19, 20 points, because if they're gonna win, they're not just gonna win; they're gonna win by a few goals. And my Norm Smith is going, I'm going to go Ashcroft. He's a champion.
I haven't really appreciated his game until, it's taken me a long time, but the back end of this year, and then I watched him play in the prelim, he's got that instinct, right place, right time.
Absolutely, mate. He reads the play well. The other day, too, I bumped into John Newcomb down Chapel Street. My God, what a tank. He would be an awesome type player for us. But, what a tank that guy is, just to go off a bit. But, I think young Ashcroft's got it about him, mate. He just attacks the ball, reads it very well, and, he'll be right up there. Don't discount Cam Rayner either, mate. I reckon he's got something up his sleeve for the Geelong people.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks, mate. Have a great one, Terry.
You too. See ya. Slobbo, $8 donation. Thank you, mate. If I was Cripps, I would be ropeable with Charlie at the moment, especially as a captain. Weird. Yeah, I'd hope so. All right. We go to David in New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Thailand, but I'm from New Zealand.
That's right. How you doing?
Yeah. Good. How are you, man? Enjoying your
well.
I didn't wear the French shirt today because I didn't want to upset Pommy. I was just been thinking about where the club's at and about Voss. People talking about, Voss, is he the right coach? Is he driving players away? All that sort of stuff. And I think, and your comments about, we made Charlie, overhype players. I think as fans we tend to overhype or be overcritical. I think, like for example, Jesse Mlot, I think is not as bad as some people kind of think he's the worst player ever, and he's not. And so I think we've got a sort of player-driven club, maybe, in the culture where the players, like you can see some of the players seem to have kind of bailed on the club for different reasons, and like TDK going to St Kilda, and people were saying, oh, you can't begrudge them the money, and I'm like, yes, you can. Like it's not like he's getting paid nothing at Carlton. It wasn't like that, okay, it's a lot more money at St Kilda, but does he really want to win with Carlton? Obviously not. So okay, I'm heartbroken that he's gone, but if he doesn't want to win, we don't really need him here. If he just doesn't.
You know what I
I mean?
find?
As an example.
You know what I find? It's kind of like we're a good place to be for draftees up until about the time that they turn, I'm going to say 24, 25. And then from that point onward, it feels like the entitlement, the bullshit kicks in. Yeah, because I mean, and I guess because we were forced to see so many young kids this year, they're just grateful to play football. And it's like at some point in their mid-20s, they lose the gratitude for just playing football, and then it becomes more about whatever else. And I just don't think we're a good football club, sadly.
I think, So I think with Voss, I think that's the decision that needs to be made by the club management. Is he going to? Obviously they've decided to keep him on for another year, which So I don't want that decision being made by players. I don't want that decision being made by fans, because what do we know? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it needs to be people within the clubs that win. Look at Geelong or Brisbane or whoever. The clubs that win flags aren't being driven by the fans telling, or the players saying, "Oh, we don't like this coach. He's too hard on us," or whatever it is. I think now I'm not saying Voss is the right guy. I don't know, but I don't think we're qualified to know that, because remember when he first came in, there was a lot of talk about the club needs a reset and culture and all that, and Voss is a tough guy and he's going to bring a hard edge, and isn't that great? And now people are bagging him for being that guy, and for some players, it seems like, from what we gather, feeling unhappy about that and not wanting to be at Carlton. Well, if they don't want to be at Carlton because they don't want tough coaching, then they don't want a flag. I think I don't want TDK to go, or Jack to go, or Charlie to go. I'm devastated in a way. But if they aren't willing to sacrifice to get a flag, and that means not just financial or whatever, but to say, okay, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get a flag with this club. If the coach is going to get on me every practice, then I don't mind. I want to win a flag. I think they want a flag and they want it easy. And I think if Charlie gets traded, it might be kind of the reverse of when we traded to get Chris Judd in. We gave away a player who turned out to be a really, really, really good player for West Coast, and got Chris Judd, who was awesome. I'm not begging Chris Judd, but I think if we trade Charlie, I don't think he's going to be any better anywhere else than he was here. He won a Coleman with us, for crying out loud. It's not like Carlton can't give him goals. If that's what he wants, his name up in lights and winning. And so I think another team that I really like, the Spurs, they have this kind of thing where they draft players that have gotten over themselves, is how they put it. They're looking for guys that have gotten over themselves. So they don't want the big ego superstar guys. They want the guys that have got talent, but the guys that are going to allow themselves to be coached, allow themselves to have their game changed to fit in with the system that the coach is planning. So you think about George Hewitt, right? What a great recruit.
He was literally, he was on my mind as you were talking. I was going to say his name, but
as an example of the kind of guy we want. Like, he doesn't have to be a star, and he's this past year he's been probably our best player. And just consistent. He gets out, he does the job. And we want guys like that. We don't need the. So I think it's. We've talked for years about changing the culture of the club, and I think that's what's happening. And this is just the next evolution of that. And maybe that means some players leaving for whatever reason. But the bottom line is none of those players could get past themselves in whatever way area it was. Like, Jack obviously offended at the club or whatever. I don't know the history, and who knows. But he couldn't put that to one side and say, I don't care. I just want to win. And these are my guys. This is the group of guys that I believe in, that I've grown up with as a footballer, and I'm going to commit to them and do my best to win. He was like, no, I'm going to go somewhere else because I'm pissed off at whatever. I don't believe that anything happened at the club that was way over the line where Jack just could not stay. You know, like with Elijah Hollins, who knows all the gory details on that, but obviously he did something that crossed the line for the club and the playing group and the management, and that's why he's been told to look elsewhere, which is a shame because he would have been great for us. But I don't think anything like that happened from the other end for Jack, where Jack was like, man, this is just not okay. You know, these guys are just trashing my dad every single day or whatever it was, or, you know, because I think
Whatever
the
he was
club's,
feeling. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm not, like he can leave and that's sad, but it just shows that his feelings about his family or whatever it might be is more important than winning the flag with the group of guys that he's with. And so I think, like someone said, Crip will be ropeable. Well, I think, I could imagine Crip being, I hope he is pissed off. And I hope he lets a few people know. And next year, I hope, when he gets out there and a few guys get smashed by a Cripper in a tackle somewhere, because it's like, you didn't want to be with us? Okay, fine. But we're not buddies anymore, I don't hate you, but, I'm gonna walk all over you on the field because I want my team to win, so.
Especially on the
think,
field. I think that's a really important
Yeah.
point. That and it's tricky because in the immediacy of the moment, we want the reaction. I was saying earlier, I just want people to be offended. But what I actually really want is them to show it with the results next year,
Yeah.
not with
Yeah.
the words publicly.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we've just lived too much in the
too much talk.
like? Yeah.
So, I think we're actually in a better place than maybe we think we are. Like we're feeling upset about players leaving, but how good are they really? And like, that to us they're stars because they're the guys who we've idolised. And TDK, he's a good ruck with the potential to be really, really good, but he's not the number 1 or 2 ruck in the competition. And I mean, he could be, but could be is not the same as is. So we're upset because he's a guy that we've thought, okay, when we win the flag, TDK is going to be our ruck, isn't that going to be great? Well, it's not going to happen now. So but we just move on because yeah. So there's one other thing I want to say. I'm just trying to rack my brains. I'm not a professional like Terry. Orders his thoughts and gets it out there. So I think we're probably not going to have a great year next year, but I think it's going to be better. And I think we the other thing is all the player movement and the player power and agents interfering, and it's crazy to me. It's not even the trade period or the week. The grand final hasn't been played, and people who are under contract are being approached by clubs trying to drag them away. And I think that's just insane. Because if players want that and that's the world they want to live in, then they can't turn around and complain when the fans get on them for not playing up to level. You can't say, oh, I'm doing my best. If you want to be completely monetary based and completely like I'm not loyal to anywhere, I'm just playing wherever I get the best deal for me, then the fans absolutely have the right to get really stuck into you if you're not performing.
Yeah,
if you're loyal to a club and you have a down year, then the fans should get behind you. You're our guy. We'll look after you. We'll support you. But if you're just like, I'm here because it's the best financial deal for me, and I'm going to move whenever I feel unhappy or uncomfortable, and I don't care about the contract or how long it is, then fans absolutely have the right to get stuck into you. So if Charlie moves somewhere else and next year, and the fans at whatever club that is aren't happy with him and they get stuck into him, I don't want to hear him sucking it up on social media about, oh, the fans are unkind to me. I mean, any job, Terry, in your career in the workforce and things, if you weren't doing your job, the boss would get stuck into you, or the clients, the customers would complain to your boss about it, and you couldn't go, oh, that's just unkind, it makes me feel uncomfortable. No one gives a crap. So if we're going to move into that kind of world as a footballing society, then I don't see how players can complain. If players are willing to sacrifice to stay at a club and take lesser deals and all that sort of thing to stay in a club because they believe in the dream of the club, then I expect the fan base to get behind them no matter how they play. So like we just, I think maybe took a smaller deal. A few other players maybe have. They deserve our full support no matter how they play, because we know they care. But the guys that are just here for the money, if they don't perform, I don't give a crap what you feel. we're going to get stuck into you and tell you you're useless. Because
Yeah.
you're just
Well, I think
for the money.
I think the other part about free agency, like we've brought in free agency into the league. It's something that happens and has happened for a while now in the US. But what they also have are tampering laws or tampering rules.
Yeah.
They've got free agency, but also you get punished for making public statements about other players who are in contract. So I don't know if we end up going down that route, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not happy at all about, guys like Sam Mitchell talking to contracted players at other clubs and just saying, oh, well, whatever, no big deal. No, that's not okay.
Yeah.
That's not okay. You're because, you're the legal guy, but if you sign a contract with a company for 5 years and then somebody else was trying to headhunt you out of that contract, isn't there some situations where that's actually, you could take them to another company to court for that, enticing people away to break their contract? It's borderline.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying
depends.
you're breaking the law, but it's borderline stuff. There's situations there where you could get sued for trying to get somebody away from the contract that they sign, entice them to break a contract. And I think it's, I really hope that kind of thing comes back to bite the Hawks and other clubs like that. I don't think St Kilda, is their club culture really better than Carlton's? Is their whole overall system better than Carlton's? Is that why players are going there?
No, they're going for a payday, mate.
Yeah, okay, and everyone can say, "Oh, good on them." Yeah, okay, whatever. But like for me, I want to see players love the club and play for the club, and I respect players that do that. Whatever club it is, it's maybe a club I hate, but like you think about Scott Pendlebury, being there with Collingwood for his whole career, right? Great player. I don't, have no time for Collingwood, but I can respect players like that. I don't respect the guys that jump around hunting, the big payday. So TDK basically, if you want to put a negative spin on it, he basically used the club to develop him, and then when he started getting good, he jumped to the first big offer that came his way. Yeah. Great. What a character. What professionalism. What, I'm being a bit exaggerated here, but you could look at it like that and just say, okay, well, he basically pumped and dumped us, didn't he? Used Carlton until he was good enough to get a big salary somewhere else and then buggered off for that, So
that's the era.
Sorry. Yeah, it is the era, but with that comes.
But also, if I may, but also what it also shows is our salary cap strategy and our list management strategy wasn't good enough.
Yeah. Well, I think St Kilda's are paying him way overs for the position. I think they're going to regret that deal down the track.
Yeah, that's on them.
And so that's kind of the difficulty when you've got free agency and all that stuff. Is some clubs are idiots and offer somebody a dumb amount of money, and who can compete with that? So if players are just going to go for where they get the biggest money, and they don't really care about winning. Well, that's I think that's going to eventually damage the whole league as a whole. Because I think fans want, you want guys at a club that you can identify with that have been there at some time and are committed to the club, and Anyway, so I've ranted quite a bit.
Love it.
My tip for tomorrow is I don't really care.
Okay.
I don't really care. Carlton's not in it. I don't really care. Geelong, I prefer Geelong to win it, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I'll watch it. I might listen to it if I'm not busy doing something else. But yeah, whatever.
Beautiful.
The same boring clubs that have won plenty of times already. If it was a club that hadn't won, I'd be more interested. Like Brisbane won last year. Geelong won plenty. Who cares?
I just want a good game. Just last game of footy for the year.
Yeah. I think it'll be a good game. I think both clubs play quite well. Like you, I probably favour Geelong, but who knows? But I don't have any emotional investment in it either way.
No, fair.
Yeah. Thanks for the listening, Terry. Yeah,
no worries.
Enjoy your show.
You too. See you, mate.
See ya.
Bye. Salad.
Hey, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
What?
The Onis.
Hey, how you going? Hey, I just want to say that this whole chat is a chat of frustration, right? Okay, but bottom line, right? I mean, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but bottom line, game one, I've got my scarf on my head, and win or lose, I'm going to be clapping the guys off the field, right? But I might gripe and complain about everything else, but bottom line, I'm a Blues fan, and that means that you got to you got to take the good with the bad. Complain all you like, but it is what it is. And
you know what?
As far as
Everyone's the same.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And as far as the whole Charlie Carlton, I hope he goes to Collingwood. Just bring us Bobby Hill. I mean, wouldn't that be a fucking right spot? Imagine that.
Charlie Curnow for Bobby Hill. Yeah, right. Fuck.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
No, there's something in what you've said there. It has just been a year of frustration, and I think most people. Bottom line, round one, tickets are coming out, tickets on sale, get your tickets. It all starts again. Start complaining about Ticket Tech and Ticketmaster and the process of getting tickets, and the AFL's corrupt for this. We'll be there with bells and whistles on, mate.
Bells and whistles on. So, we can say, I understand it's all venting and all the rest of it, but, I mean, let's face it, right? I mean, I couldn't see as a kid, right? To give you an idea of what I'm like, and a bit of which may not be a good thing for your channel, but as a kid, right, I used to roll up socks, right, and kick it around the house, right, like a football, and use the cupboard doors as goals, my old man would look at me and go like, "My son's a moron," but you know what? It doesn't matter. I mean, you know what I mean. I'd make up my own plays, and all the rest of it, But it was always Carlton, right? There was always an extra 30 seconds. There was always an extra thing, and Carlton would always win by a goal or a point or whatever it is, right? And to this day, I still have that. Every year, I think, we're going to win. Every year, it's going to be this year, and I think we need to give into the fact that if we're going to be Blues fans, that's what we have to be, Blues fans. I don't know. I understand everyone else.
I think most of that happens at the start of every year. There's that renewed sense of hope. But I think because of the way we started, the 0-4, we never really got a chance to turn the wheels of momentum.
Yeah.
Because the doubt of the seeds of doubt were planted so early in the season. The Richmond capitulation, then it was Hawthorn, then it was
seeds of doubt carried on to next year.
Like the Dogs game, we were in front. Fourth quarter, they came in front. Like we fell apart. Then it was all right. 0-3, come on, boy. Collingwood 0-4, and it's like fuck. So the doubt is what started with, on top of whatever else happened in preseason with injuries and dicks flying out. So that's the tricky part.
Bring it back. No, I think the doubt was actually the year before, right? I actually really believe that it started in that prelim, like 5 goal ahead, lost against Brisbane, and then the next year we came out and we struggled, and then all of a sudden we had that run, right? Okay, and then after round 16, it was like, there it is again.
Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily a believer of that. Not 100% of that it's the club and the list. I think every list is a winning list, right? It's just what you do with it and how you use it and how you manipulate it. And I think a good example of that is Geelong and what they've done with their list and how they've rotated their players. Now how they've sort of cared for some players, and then blooded some more, And I think we just need to change our mindset, man. I don't know. I mean, again, armchair general. I don't know. I'm just this is my venting.
Are you excited by the changes that we have seen so far? Like, does that reignite the wheel or not yet?
It does, but it does. But a year on, but like if I look back last year, my question is, should we have gone all in for like one player? And then the Carlton curse of injury happened before the guy even like fucking started. And now the pressure is mounting on this kid to like perform this year, and
You think so? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what everyone's perception is. I'm excited for Jagger, but I'm nowhere near thinking he's just going to come in and average 25 a game. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. He might, but like he might be.
I reckon this year I think this year he'll probably do 10, maybe 12 games. All right, and that's it from the year, right? And because he still has to develop, right? But I just want I want the players that have been here for 2 or 3 years to like fucking step up, right? And I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to bring the chat down, but if some people showed what we showed the last 3 games, I know, then if they step that up, if they just take another step forward, then I think we're in for a chance for finals. I really do. I don't think we're that far bad. I don't think we're that far gone. I just don't. But I'd be interested to see what Snoop does, though.
Snoop Dogg.
I'm really bought into it, man. I've really bought into the whole Snoop thing. I don't know why.
So Snoop's coming to Melbourne. He's in Melbourne. Do you think he's just pulling out blunts wherever he wants, however he wants?
Yeah, man. Oh, fuck, man. And like, if Carlton aren't digging into his fucking supply fucking for the off season, I don't know what the fuck's wrong, man. I think everyone needs to fucking loosen up, mate.
Everyone needs to smoke a spliff and just chill out.
Have a spliff, have a kebab, and then just, bang, come back for the season ready to go.
Maybe that's the trick. Just get the whole group together.
Another thing I did this year, right, which I don't like admitting, but like after the North Melbourne loss, right, I was that fucking upset that I actually wrote Michael Voss a letter, an email, right. I don't know if he got it or not. I sent it to the Carlton fucking main thing, so whether he read it or not, right, and all the rest of it. But as a in the letter, right, I said, like, I don't know what you're saying to your fucking like troops here, right? Okay, right. But let me tell you a little bit about, like I said, my dad, right? And like you're Greek, right?
I'm Greek.
Right. So are you first generation?
My grandparents migrated to Australia.
Right. So your grandparents is basically my dad, right? Because my dad was born in 1927, right? So when the Germans came, like, it was like, he was like 12, 13, nearly 14, right? About that time sort of thing. So he lost his old man and like fucking and all the rest of it. He got caught by the fucking German troops, right? And he got sent to like one of the labor camps, right?
Wow.
Yeah. And he ended up like fucking, him and his Gubaro, right, ended up like fucking stealing a pair of snips or whatever, cutting through the fucking outside wires slowly over a period of time, and then fucking escaped, right? And then after they left and all the rest of it but the whole purpose I'm saying this is because in his soul, he said no, right? Like, this isn't going to like stop me, no, right? And then they're like, his house was destroyed by an earthquake and he fucking built a barn and my parents lived in a barn for like God knows how many years. And like, and then the Civil War came, they burnt that down, he built another barn. And like, that no, right, is what we fucking need. That no. Like, on the field, off the field, like, no. Like, that's not your fucking ball, no. Like, like what, you think we're going to be fucking out of the finals this year? Fucking no. That's what they fucking need to find, right? And I know I'm talking a bit of shit. Sorry, guys. I know you know, but
No, mate. This is the platform to talk.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
it reminds me of there's an Arabic word, khalas, which means enough. Like enough's enough. You know?
Enough. Like, and that's what they need to find. They need to find their no, right? And in the letter I said, like, you know, yes is always, you want the yes, right? But like everyone in life, right? Life is a big fucking no, right? And you have to fucking get that yes in the end. And sometimes you have to go through 20 years of no's, right? But at some point, right, you have to start fucking saying no back so you can get that yes. You know what I mean? And that's what I want. That's what I fucking want out of fucking the Blues, right? Because my old man, when he got here, right, he was a Blues fan. We moved to fucking he moved from Melbourne. He actually moved from Melbourne to fucking Adelaide. Became a Port Adelaide fan. There's always that. Right? That's fine. Whatever. Who cares? But he always had the Blues first, right? And and so now that at 98 and he's still kicking, right? At 98, this guy has said no all his life. And my old dear, before she passed, said, your old man, right? He's going to live to 120. I said, why? He goes, because he always says no. Death comes knocking on his door and he says, nah, fuck off. Like, that's what I fucking need. That's what we need. We don't need, who gives a shit about fucking Kerno? Who gives a shit about fucking Sauce? Whatever, man. Good luck to them. They chased money. Good luck to them, right? But us as a group, as a fucking collective, man, what we need is no. Fucking no. And so I wrote that. I sent it off there. So I don't know if they got it. I don't know if he read it. I don't give a shit. The point is I had to fucking send it because, at some point, I was so fucking devastated over a fucking loss over North Melbourne. I just, I was just so fucking hurt by it, Do
you know what I remember about that? Obviously 0-4 happened, and then we sort of dug ourselves out of the 0-4 hole, beat Geelong and St Kilda. I'm like, all right, 4 and 5 it might have been. I think 4 and 6. Someone correct me. And then more holes came. My first real sign of danger was that GWS game at Marvel. When I watched the replay, I was like, oh shit, something really bad's happening. And then that North game was like, all right, this is your last chance. It's fucking North Melbourne. No disrespect. You respect your opponent, but it's North Melbourne. You win this game. I don't care if it's by 1 point. You don't lose. And just their attitude and all of that. And
they went into that thinking that game was theirs before the first bounce. That's the problem with it. And I think that's the problem with the prelim against Brisbane, all of it. Sorry if I've sworn too much. I didn't,
I fucking love it.
No, I know other people are watching. So please, I apologize if other kids are watching. But I'm just, I don't know. I think they bought into their own. They bought into their own,
they drink their own bar.
When you get a kefali, when you get a big kefali.
So kefali means head in Greek.
Well, they got big heads. Oh, we're prelimers now, big head, And
you know what? That comes to we do that too. I did that too. We did that too. It's going to be okay because Brisbane were 0-4, and but this team was in a prelim only 2 years ago. It's but Charlie's a star. Yeah.
And at the end of that first quarter, you're going 5 fucking goals. Sorry, 5 goals, sure, But then what happened? I just think I think they spent the cookies before they even got them. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know, man. I just hope they find that no in them. I hope they find that Greek. Have you ever seen Greek Parliament?
Have I
Actually,
seen Greek Parliament?
Greek Parliament, how Greek Parliament works.
No.
Mate, you can't find a sane conversation in that fucking place, right? You can't find it. Like, all there is argument. Everyone just argues against each other. That's been the biggest fucking. Oh, again, I'm swearing again. It's the biggest thing, like, that Greeks have always had. Like, someone says, like, oh, that grass is like green. No, what are you talking about, mate? It's blue. Yeah, we argue over everything, whether it's fact or not. I just want them to argue with every other team on the field. Like, nah, not your ball, not your turf, not your day. That's what I want, and I'd love to see that. And that whole, and you brought, and I think you've said this before, and you said something about like how the girls sing that song. Man, when after the first week, because I watched the Carlton Collingwood one, right? When they sang that song after their first match, dude, like, it almost sold me again on, it sold me again. It dragged me back in. I mean, that's how the song should be sung. And if these guys don't fucking get it, then like they should just watch. They just should watch the girls. Like, seriously.
Yeah,
you are right. 100% right.
Yeah, mate, that was fantastic.
That's me, man.
Thanks for calling.
Have a good
in.
one.
You too.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
All right, guys. See ya.
Bye. All right. Oh, guys, just a quick one. In the chat, if you don't like what someone is saying, YouTube has a function you can block them so you don't see their comments pop up. It doesn't get announced to the world. If you don't like it, block them. Don't tell them you blocked them. Just chill out. It's fucking Friday afternoon. Come on. Chill out. Sort your blocking out. No worries. You won't see their comments anymore, and then we can all move on. Just chill. It's fucking Friday. We don't need to be angry right now. Let's get angry when they lose next year. There's the link. Andy.
Tez, first of all, that guy needs to be brought out at 3/4 time for the last hurrah. I love it. I love that stuff.
3/4 time. We're not standing for this anymore. Fucking tell him no.
Just the passion. Oh, that's brilliant. Like, that's a great theme. Don't worry about the yes. We've got to do some no before we get to the yes. That's lovely. I love that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I, rev up my son with, that kind of mentality. And it's true, we all wish that we had a lot more players in the club that just have those standards. Like, no, we're not going to lose today, guys. Like, not happening. So, no, he was brilliant. A lot of passion. Love that. Love seeing other people like that. That's brilliant. I just want to go on a bit of a different direction today. Oh, Buku, my boy Buku. He's coming.
Blueku, mate.
Blueku. He's my boy. I've loved him since he's come to the AFL. Every time I've watched him play, I'm like, bloody hell, I love Buku. He's my boy. So yeah, I'm happy about that. Happy about him requesting a trade. I don't know about the other guys that have said they want to come over, but he's definitely one that, yeah, I'd love to see him in the colours. So yeah, it's a good get if we can get a deal done. And I don't know, where would you play him if he comes? Where would you play him, front or back?
Well, I reckon they're bringing him in. Or where would I play him? I would probably start him forward. I think this is a bit of an insurance policy for Kemp.
Okay.
Because I don't really know how much I can expect of Brodie Kemp to play next year at Impact. So there's that. If McGovern goes, which don't know where that's going yet, there's another guy that can play both forward and back. I think our back line for the most part is going to be okay. So I would say I'd start.
Pity about Farrell. Like, if Farrell was in, that would have been primo.
Yeah. So I would say forward. I would guess forward first.
Because the word, the word on the street, I think, that one of the reasons why he wants to go is to play back in defence where he was. So that's why I asked the question, because he looked pretty exciting up forward, and that's what I was like, where would I play him if he came over and it was my choice? But I always, when the players are like, oh, hey, I really like defence. That's where I've played my whole career. I'll come to your club. Can I play defence? I'll play anywhere you want, but my preference is to do that. It's always one of those things where it's like, oh, shit, what are you getting? Are you getting a guy that will do anything, or are you getting a guy just leave me where I feel comfortable? So, thoughts on all the Charlie, talks. Patrick Dangerfield are going to go to Charlie's house and sitting in the crowd watching the games, almost like the deal's done, and he's packed his bags, going down to Geelong to play next year.
Yeah, sort of mentioned it earlier. I think even the Chad Warner one that I spoke to Charlie last night. He said it's going to be, doesn't know if it's going to happen. Just the way that it's been publicly played out, it's tough for the fans.
Yeah,
to hear that, because I've started to realize that the fans are the ones that show the most loyalty.
Yeah,
because the club, and maybe this is the club's job, but you can agree or disagree. The club, at the end of the day, they sell hope, and they play on the loyalty. They play on the loyalty that the fans have. The fans buy the hope because we're loyal. And the loyalty is there because we're shit and we're still showing up, record memberships, etc. And then we're doing that for a game with players who are within their rights to do this, but get the best deal for themselves and their families moving forward. So it's such an interesting contrast of interests. We still pay for this and treat this like it's a community at our club and this and our home, our spiritual home, when most people who are in there, it's a job. You there?
Yeah, sorry, someone called. I just put it off.
All good. So that's what I think about that, because I feel conflicted. I feel passionate that Charlie should be loyal to Carlton, and so should Tom, and so should Jack, and I feel that as a supporter. But you're only on this earth for a short amount of time, so do what you can for yourself and your family, and set yourself up if you can, and whatever. So I
think it's like there's a couple of things that play with him. So number one, he's contracted. Like Tom de Koning, Silvani, their contracts have expired. So Tom de Koning's obviously getting monster cash. I don't think there's many people that would begrudge him for that. Silvani's a little bit more of a pain point because of the family name. Everyone thought he would just live out his days there, but ultimately he's not leaving with a couple of years on the table. I think the one, like you said, and you say the word loyalty, right? Loyalty really gets torn up when you're contracted and you want to go. Like that's sort of, because it doesn't just say, oh, he's not having a great time. It raises questions that there's potentially others. And I think that's the sticking point. I think the whole draft and trade and talking openly about it, as time goes on, it's going to become more and more common. It's almost like this year is sort of really blown up with the Merit and Kerno, and I can't remember the others that want to go, but it's really becoming open now, whereas in days gone past, it wasn't as open. So it's really, it used to be everything was hush-hush and sort of until the day it got done. So I think that's very confronting for fans. And I think the last point I wanted to make was, could you imagine if fans pancaked or backflipped with clubs every year? Could you imagine that? Like a world where that would happen?
Well, if we could trade to clubs as supporters, wow.
Do you know what I mean? Like, Terry, everyone knows that you're a Blues supporter through and through, right? Imagine next year you're Collingwood, and then the year after that you're Gold Coast. People would be like people that see my face and I know them well, or even if I don't know them that well, you know what the first thing they say to me is, how's Carlton going? Because they know that I'm one of these idiotic, passionate supporters. Imagine if I tell them, oh, I've jumped off, I'm GWS now. They'd be like, what do you mean? Like how uncommon, that doesn't happen. So the fans are in, but the players are not. And there's obviously reasons for that. So,
The
you
other
know,
part,
it's
the other part I want to add to that with the loyalty bit. I think Pommy was talking about it before. I've spoken to him about this too. The club needs to be loyal as well and provide the best environment possible. Now,
yeah.
my best guess, based on the bullshit I've seen off the field in the last couple of years, is that this is not the environment. This is not the best environment for people to be at.
Yeah.
So that's why That's why I think the argument is it's not black and white with Charlie, for example. Even for Tom or Jack, it's not black and white. Yeah, be loyal to Carlton, sure. But what's the environment that Carlton's been manifesting over the last couple of years?
Well, it's clearly been unstable. I think a big thing with the better clubs, you know, we keep talking about it, like your Geelongs and your Brisbanes. Every media opportunity that they get, what do they promote? Oh, I love Fags and he's really good for me. And after a win, they're rubbing his head. He's like it's their dad. And then you got Chris Scott in finals every year. If they rock up late to training every now and then, I'm not going to slay them for it. They can go surfing. You know, it's very relaxed. I trust the players. So the culture almost breeds the culture. So if someone went in and really took the piss, you know, because it doesn't, if you think of any organization in the world that's got a culture like that, if someone comes in and tries to take advantage of their culture, it almost, they push themselves out. The culture doesn't get, I guess, diminished. So to create a place like that is very, very difficult. But every opportunity they get, those clubs, whether it be after a game, players doing social media, they're promoting that. So let's say like, and Charlie Curnow for me definitely seems like a Geelong type. He wants that atmosphere. Successful. If I get things wrong, it's okay. Is the reliance all up to me? No, it's a team thing. He'd look at that and he'd go, man, maybe that's more of a place that I want to be. Maybe that's going to fit how I play, how I am as a human. That might be a lot better for me. And, you know, you looked at like Joe Danaher last year, very out there, not your typical type of person or footballer. And he just thrived in the Brisbane environment, didn't want to be in the Melbourne bubble. So we've also got to understand that people are different. He's a very good player, and that's why it hurts us as fans. But ultimately, we might not be able to give him the culture that he is craving. So, yeah, I find it all very interesting, all the hype about it. And I mean, ultimately, I want him to stay. But I think now's the time if we're gonna get rid of him. Now's probably the time to sort of cash in before all the bullshit with Tasmania happens and all the other kind of stuff. I've been doing a lot of hypothetical trade scenarios. I know the chat will love this. I'll chuck a couple at you. All you say is yes. All you say is yes or no. All right, ready?
All right.
Flanders, Humphrey, Curnow, and a pick back. Let's say pick 34 and Curnow to Gold Coast. Flanders, Bailey, Humphrey to Carlton.
Fucking love Bailey Humphrey.
Me too.
Flanders, Humphrey for Curnow and pick 34.
Pick 34 back, yep. Let's go a sweetener. Gold Coast chuck us another pick back in the 20s.
Yeah, all right.
You doing that deal? You doing that
I'll
deal?
have a look.
All right.
Yeah, I'll have a look. I think Bailey Humphrey will become a really, really good player in this league. Yeah.
Yeah. He's dynamic, can play mid, can play forward, kicks goals, tough, strong. All right. Got another one. All right. Hayward to us. We give Curnow to Sydney.
Yeah.
We give Flanders comes to us. We satisfy them with pick. I don't know. We get a. Sorry, I've got to start again. So we get a compo pick from Tom de Koning. We turn that into 2 picks in the teens.
Okay.
We give one of those picks, let's say pick 18 to Gold Coast. They give us Flanders. We give Kerno to Sydney. We get Hayward from Sydney. And let's say we get Ollie Florent. Are you doing that deal?
No.
It's like not doing that deal. So essentially it's
No.
Florent, Hayward, Kerno goes to Sydney. We get Flanders, we give them a pick back, and then Sydney give Gold Coast a pick for that Flanders deal as well.
What about Kerno and pick 34 for Flanders and Jed Walter?
I'd probably do it.
Sorry, not Flanders. Humphrey and Jed Walter, not Flanders.
Humphrey and Walter for Kerno, I would do that deal in an instant. And I know a lot of people wouldn't do that deal, but yeah, I would, because he's younger. And I think from what I've seen and what I've heard, he was looking for a way out sort of mid-year. That tells me he's a quitter, and quitters don't win flags. So he might win a flag with Geelong because they're always just so good, but I don't want any more quitters at the team. As much as I love him, I just said I want to keep him. If he is a quitter and he has been trying to get out, then I would do that deal. You might be able to sweeten the deal by getting a pick back.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, we can play this game all day. How bad is it that we, we just need the trade period to hurry up and finish so we can just see what's going to happen? Because, yeah, it's the suspense is killing me. I'm just hoping that this year there's something out of left field. Like, I don't know, I feel like Graham Wright's a bit sneaky with how he goes about things. He's not all, like Sam Mitchell's all like, yep, I met him. Graham Wright, I think, is a little bit different. I think he's working on stuff and has been working on stuff for a while. And I wouldn't be shocked that something just comes out of nowhere, last minute of trade, and it's like, oh, by the way, you got this person. Like, I'm kind of hoping for that to get a bit more excitement back in with the club. So, you got a ticket for tomorrow?
I've got a ticket for tomorrow. Yep. Got very lucky. I'll be there.
How many GFs have you been to? Do you go every year?
No, I've been to 2 last year and this year. So for a long time, I've always said I'm not going to a granny until the Blues are in there. I want to make sure it's a special day. My first one will be when Carlton are there, and I sort of So I turned down a grand final ticket opportunity a few years ago, and then I was like, what am I doing?
Just go.
What am I doing? Like, it's grand final day. It's like the best day of the year in the footy calendar. So no, I'll be there tomorrow. I hope it's a good game. Like, I've been saying Brisbane by 1, and I've been really riding this wounded lion theory. But in the back of my mind, the logic tells me that, there's just a little bit too much wound happening for the Lions. But we'll see.
I guess you can't forget that they've just got done by 30-something points and got gifted 2 or 3 goals as well. So that sort of will be, I guess, in the background in their heads. Like Geelong had them, and they had them easily in their first finals. So, it's going to be an interesting game. I'd love it to be close, but more often than not, the grand final is just a fizzer and it just is average. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But looking forward to it. Wish our boys were there, but, like we say every year, there's always next year. So,
yep. Amen to that, mate.
All right, mate.
Good talking to you next week. See ya.
See ya, mate. Bye-bye.
Vince, you here?
Yes.
Hey, mate.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, all right. I have went on the finals, and my cousins have been bastardising me about getting on here again. So,
why's that?
Because they love me.
We love you too,
I hope
mate.
so.
We love you too, mate.
I wanted to reflect on the question you asked about the psychiatrist.
Right.
Yes. Now, a psychiatrist can only do what the people request. They cannot do what we want or they want, really, unless they're being told otherwise. And I really hate the fact we're starting to blame psychologists and psychiatrists. I hate it. So what? One of the we get rid of the fitness people, and then we get rid of psychiatrists, and then what? We get rid of coaches. Nah, not cool.
So what are you suggesting what are you suggesting we do then?
I think we reflect. We appreciate what we do have, and I'm suggesting that we don't blame certain parties to our failure. Our failure is not on the parties. It's on the players, really. Well, to be honest, come on. We've got such a good list. With or without PDK, Silvani, and whoever else wants to go, they can go. Honestly.
Well, we have all the facilities, we have all the infrastructure, we have the recovery center, we definitely have all the tools that a player would need to be successful. I think what we lack, though, is the true club culture, winning culture.
The winning culture comes with winning.
Right.
It doesn't come with making it happen.
But I think also when we were winning, because we did start winning for a good 12-month period, but then what we saw was how we acted when we started winning. So it's one thing to be losing all the time, and up until a few years ago we hadn't played finals in a while, so we found our way into that category, like cool, started winning, and then we had a good 12-month period, 22 wins from 28, something like that. So we started winning, and then what we started seeing was these behaviors start creeping in from around the club after we did start winning, which has now led us to where we are today.
Absolutely agree, actually. I can't complain and say no. I think, and oh my God, I've ummed. And please stop umming people. But it's it's pissing me off. But really. Everyone's umming and 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 exactly. But all right. I'm allowed to
You're allowed to but the leaders of the football club should not be umming.
No, and neither should we. I'm a paid up supporter.
Right.
I know we all are.
Right.
And we absolutely love our club.
We do.
I don't care if we win the grand final or not. What I do care about is the club.
Okay.
And you know what? I've just got a message from my cousin.
Yeah.
Lou Foligno cried at the 99 grand final.
Okay. Love Lou Foligno. Yeah.
We all
Anyway.
do. But still, like, it was mentioned and I had to mention it. It's Vince Alessandrino's fault.
Okay. Mate, who wins the granny tomorrow before I let you go?
I reckon it's going to be Brisbane by about 44 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, mate.
All right,
you have
mate.
a great
good one.
night.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
See ya. I hate it when people say It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Jen. Hello. Oh, no. Are you there? Hello? I can see you. I cannot hear you. It looks great. I just can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry, I was just talking to the beautiful Christine.
Oh my goodness. Look at the weather. That's stunning.
I know. Look at my backyard.
Who's around
Oh, you
there?
can't
Is
see
that just you?
Yes, this is all me. Oh, hang on. This way.
Wow.
This is all me.
Just you and your thoughts and nature. It's beautiful.
Correct. The best place to heal.
And so your internet, so how do you get into, you've got like portable internet, right? Is that how it works?
No,
Oh.
hotspot. Just my hotspot.
Cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm not that far from civilization.
Well, you just look like you're in a utopia. I don't know, away from everyone.
Well, I am.
Yeah.
No, I am. I'm far away from everybody, which is the way that I prefer to be.
I can feel that. I can understand that. Yeah.
First of all, I will apologise to you, Terry. I'm sorry for a little tete-a-tete, shall we call it that?
No, it's fine. It's so fine. I think even just for your but even just for your experience, like just do what you got to do. Do your blocking, and then you just like it's like cleaning up your timeline,
And it's exactly what I've done and what I generally I will do.
Anyway,
I'm not going to have a rant. I just get very upset when people attack other people that they don't even know. That's all.
No, I know. I think no, that's totally fine. What about the Blues? What's on your Carlton mind?
Yeah, nothing. Not a whole lot. Just can we play next year now?
Yeah, we definitely need the ball to bounce.
I'm just over. Yeah, I'm just over all the rumors and crap and negativity and nastiness and I say it each time I come on. I just there's enough of that shit in the world, man. And Carlton, being a Carlton fan, as disappointing as it can and has been, is one of my happy spaces, and I don't have a lot of them. So yeah, I just looking forward to next year. I think it'll be I regardless of what everybody else says, I do think it'll be a good year. And I hope we get all of our players that we need, and we nurture and support our young kids, and whoever is taking away these men's ability to be themselves and speak their minds and be human and not have to hide or be manipulated. I hope they get gone from the club. And that we all, regardless of where we are on the ladder, regardless of what's happening or whatever, let's just all support.
I think once trade period ends and there's just certainty with who's staying, who's going, and definitely which players are going to be there, then the preseason content starts, and then everyone gets a bit of a break over Christmas. No one's at training, and then I think once round one hype begins, no matter what's been said now or this year, like all of it becomes about 2026. That's the part that I think we all just need. Like the real reset can only really come in probably November, like December, January, really, because we're still hanging on to, is Charlie staying? Is Charlie going? Oh, but he said this and his manager this, and we're still caught in this ugly cycle for now. At least we know Tom's not going to be there, whether we agree with it or not. At least we know Jack's not going to be there, whether we agree with it or not. We just need to get to a few more months' time, and then we can.
Yeah. Oh, look, you just do such a great job, and I love this. I love this space. I just don't. There's just parts of it I don't love so much, and gonna miss it when you're not here, and just really looking forward to next year. And thank you again. I just had another beautiful person from the chat, Kylie. So you're bringing people into my life who are beautiful, and I'm really grateful. And so I want to make note of it now that I will come down next year sometime and go to a game. But I would so love if we could get a big group of Blue Abroad together and make something happen. It would just be, I think it would be amazing.
One thing I've seen already, I've already seen, sorry to cut you off, but just with the survey, one of the things I'm noticing already in a lot of the responses is people want to do live events and they want to do live things like we got the digital thing down pat where we're all sort of together, but I think that's definitely something I'm noticing from the feedback already so far, that people want to be catching up in person and having that human touch. So I think we're ready for that.
Yeah, I think so, very definitely, sweet. Because it's you've created such a great space, and it's that connection thing that's so important. This is wonderful. But physical connection is even better, where we can feel each other's energy.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm still upset about the BNF, so I'm just going to say that.
I am too.
I am going with you next year. I don't care what you say. I'm going.
You want to book me in now? All right, I'll get an
I'm
extra
booking
ticket.
you in, baby. I'm booking you in. I put it in the bloody survey.
All right.
You think I'm joking? So I, not much else, darling. I just wanted to, because I know, is this the last fan camps?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
No,
so
I'll
that's
keep
why
going. No, I'll
good.
keep going pretty much. I mean, look, trade period is going to come up from next week, and there's going to be a lot of live streaming there. And then I will be out of live streaming pretty much from the 20th of after the draft. I'm out. I'm out of here.
Yeah, when you go to Thailand. Yeah.
I'm out of here. I'm detaching. I'll be posting videos when there's breaking news. Hopefully there's no breaking news, but I'm just going to, I'll be very available until then. Yeah.
Good. Well, it'll be a humongously well-deserved time away for yourself. Okay.
Cool.
Well, I think that's all.
We're sending you a big hug, Jen. Thanks for calling in.
My huge one coming at you too. Okay.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye.
Legend, Jen. All right. Jim, are you here? No.
Yeah, I'm driving, bruv. Get me 10.
All right, sweet. Danny,
Terry, how are you, mate?
mate, 3 hours
Been a
in.
minute. It's been a minute. I saw that. I actually was out and about, and then I saw. I was like, I'll just take my chance if you're still on. But then I saw Mr. Terry still going strong, so I'll jump in. How are you,
Hey,
my friend?
you want to see some breaking news with me?
Oh, please. Yes.
Mate, Josh Fraser has officially returned to the Blues.
Yay.
Let me just read this out. The Carlton
Go for
Football
it.
Club is excited to announce experienced coach Josh Fraser is rejoining the Blues as an assistant coach. He returns to Icon Park following 3 years at Collingwood, where he served as a senior coach of the VFL side and head of development, also taking on forward line coaching responsibilities. The former ruck previously worked at the club in 2015. He spent 4 seasons as a development coach, senior coach of the Carlton's VFL affiliate before moving to Collingwood and becoming their head of academy. Fraser's appointment comes after the club recently announced the appointment of highly regarded football GM Chris Davies. The club's complete AFL coaching structure for 2026 will be communicated to members in due course. Great. Here he is.
He is. The man returns after COVID year. I remember that's when was it Northern Blues, I think? Was it? That he
Yeah.
was
So he was at the club coaching the Northern Blues, and then he was one of the cuts that had to be made during the lockdowns in 2020, which was a shame. But he's back, and you know what? I think we've been talking about it. You mean you and me, but also others. Go and find people from the good clubs, and this guy was at the good club.
He sure was. The Pies. Yeah. It's good, man. It's really good because I have so much faith in what's happening right now, Terry. Like, you have to, of course, make sure that you kind of keep yourself in check and don't get too reactionary. I saw when Chris Davies was getting appointed, there were certain voices within the Carlton community saying that, oh fuck, he's Wassie's friend. He's not Wassie's friend. He was Wassie's boss. And that's how it was. Like, people just find a reason to just pinpoint or just pick on things that are not there. But I'm really optimistic. I feel like this is like the most important trade, or you can say window, for us in the last or for the next 10 years. I think this is going to define how we are going to be looked at as a club. A lot of shithousery obviously has happened since like that Ross and TDK sitting on the couch, or just comments regarding Carlton in general. And I just don't like Carlton being compared to Essendon and saying that, in the same breath, that they had the same kind of 25 years. It just kind of hurts, even though I know we made a prelim, but we're not as bad as them. Like, everyone just kind of categorizes us in the same category, but I don't believe in that. And nah, man, it's so much going on. I've been following Trade Radio, of course, watching your videos and everything that's been going on. It's been crazy, man. It's been really crazy. A lot of things that are under the wraps right now. And what I mean by that is that a lot of rumors that are swinging around, and probably don't want to discuss them too soon as well. But yeah, what do you think so far, Terry? Like Chesa, Kamis, who else has nominated us? Reedy, and who else? I don't know. But from the now sounds of it, go on.
Those are the 3 that have expressed intention to come to Carlton. So we just got to get those deals done. I'd like to see 3 more, 2 to 3 more. Yeah. I feel like there's always 1 or 2 that we are going to come to us fresh once trade period starts. But I'm basically expecting it to be full of news every day. That's what I'm expecting. And I mean, the Charlie thing is just, it's amazing. It is honestly an amazing development in this whole year.
I can't believe it, Terry. Like, remember, like, what was it, a couple of months ago when we were just sitting and we were just doing trade and D-list, and I asked Charlie and I asked Jack, and we both laughed it off. It's like, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Yeah.
Not going to happen. And it's crazy how close we are to actually, obviously we've lost Jack already, but how close we are to losing Charlie as well. And if anything, he's pissed me off, man. He's really pissed me off. Like, and I love Charlie. All of us do, to be honest. Kripa, Charlie, Walshy. Petering. These are all those players that we like. Fuck, they're the fabric of Carlton Football Club. And the fact that when Dockery makes that joke in his farewell video that when Charlie makes sense, like in a meeting we all laugh and stuff, so everyone just kind of giggled, and I was like, he's in your captain's group, so if he's the last person or one of the rare persons to make sense, what does that speak about the group as well, and just in terms of the leadership group, I think. And with Charlie, I think coming out explicitly and saying, "Oh well, I'm just staying here. There you go, done." Using that kind of language after the Hawthorn game, the Dockery's last game. So he goes on out of his way to do that, seeks a journalist in Riley Beveridge and does that, and then after that, whatever's played out, like Chad Warner coming out and say, "I've spoken to him like this week on Monday, and he says it's going to be difficult," and all of those inklings, and then obviously wants to get out of the Melbourne bubble, and then fucking shows in the Geelong game in the Cotton On box. Like, make that make sense.
Honestly, the more I watch the world and the more I watch the AFL, the more I'm convinced that it's like entertainment.
It really is.
Like I'm literally more and more convinced that it's like the WWE and it's just entertainment,
Yeah. Words mean nothing, man. Words mean nothing. Contracts mean nothing. Fuck. What happened to fucking giving it's like a man's word is more valuable than fucking anything else. It's just more like a joke right now, and contracts mean shit all.
I mean, look, that's even. I mean, to be honest, that's a Pandora's box right there. What you've said, because that even applies in society. I mean, what's happened to honor?
Exactly.
Your word being your word and honoring your word and. Yeah, that's
But you know what, Chad? I think I said it last month, and everyone, you yourself laughed off. I was like, Goulden, pick 2, and something else. I don't know. If he goes to Sydney, I don't think he goes to Geelong, and I don't want to go too deep into what happens in the draft and stuff because they're all hypotheticals right now. But Geelong doesn't have even if it's a multi-club trade. I don't see why would we not approach that particular club that we want the player from to go give it to Charlie, so that Charlie goes the other way. Yeah.
But also, why would any other club help Geelong get Charlie Curnow?
Exactly. There's a lot of people, like a lot of clubs and a lot of supporters from other clubs, my friends that I have out that really despise Geelong, because how is it true, Terry, that everyone who wants to go to Geelong wants to take a fucking pay cut? Like, you just look at every other player that wants to go there, take a pay cut. There's definitely something that we don't know about. And that investigation that started at the beginning of the year, it's still pending. How hard could it be, is what I'm saying. He has friends, Geelong has friends in the AFL. That's very well documented. And, well, I don't know when the findings are going to come or if they're going to come at all. But 100%, not everyone's willing to take a pay cut to go to Geelong. Yes, okay, they have, from what I've heard, is that they don't, they're not contactable or they are not in contact with the club all the time. So they kind of working like a part-time AFL job. They're at the beach, they're doing all of that stuff. They come, so it's not as full on as it is in the Melbourne bubble. I get that. But taking a pay cut, like people out here, like Jamie Elliott offered $425 and then Suns offering him $500. It's like, what? 20, 75, 80K here and there, and then I hear people who want to go to Geelong want to take pay cuts. Just doesn't sit right with me. What do you think about that?
Well, they've got some sort of a great system in place there where people buy in to a story and a narrative that they sell, and that is the lifestyle. And they obviously sell the narrative very well. They also have the results to back it up. How many prelims in the last 15 years, whatever it is? I don't know the exact number, but I'm going to say they've been to
11,
at least
11
prelims, 11 of the last whatever prelims. Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's unbelievable.
There you go.
But Terry, like I laughed it off last year when pick 17 for Bailey Smith. What? Pick 17? Like, yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? Like, they always gotta get those deals done. But anyway, moving away from Charlie, I feel like if Charlie has to go, Carlton has to win. And that is as simple as it is. We're not giving an A-liner for fucking 2 first-round picks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, apart from that, man, it's just whatever changes. I think obviously Josh Fraser has been confirmed, but there's some other coaching positions that are to be filled as well. And I'm so sure, like I've never been this confident, like Terry, like going into the off season, that we are going to make moves that makes us better. And you know, a lot of people are saying like, you know, are we going to finish like out of the 8, or you know, it's going to be one of those transitional years. It can change very quickly, very very quickly. I think we bottomed out so quickly. Like we were sitting at the top 2 position by round 16,
True.
and we bottomed out.
That's a good way to put it. We definitely fell away so quickly. Yeah, that's a very, very interesting point.
And Terry, look at Hawthorn like last year. Remember when they lost to Sydney by 50 odd points, and he was giving shit to, was it Vettel? Sam Mitchell was having a go on like live at Vettel or whoever was created a fault, and it resulted in a goal. And they were like literally just everyone was saying that they're just tanking. And look at them, what happened to them last year. They like came out of nowhere, and now they're one of the best teams in the AFL. So I feel like it's going to change really quickly. It's just that you have to get the role players, because we cut too deep. As we said, we got a lot of inexperienced players in our squad. So we obviously got rid of all those injury-prone players, and we got so much inexperience in the team. And if we actually, we don't need star names. Like this whole thing in the media, oh, Carlton's not getting a big fish or something. We need role players. That's what we've lacked so far. We cut too deep, clearly. And as long as we get that done and we go on the right track, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. We just have to make sure that we kind of trust the system now. And I know it's once bitten, twice shy. Like, you know, we've been there, done that. Cookie's been there, but let's just give them a chance. Graham Wright a chance. I think he's on the right track. Yeah, I'm optimistic, man.
We've got to stop idolizing these individuals.
Exactly.
Yep.
No one apart from Crippa, man. Crippa is like, I love Crippa, and I've got so much more respect for Crippa after whatever's played out with the main leaders, like, you know, like Charlie Kerno, like Jack Salvati is not a leader, but like he was fabric of the club, like, you know.
Yeah, the funny part about that is Cripps is better than every single one of them, and was better than every single one of them when he had the opportunity to leave.
Exactly.
So if anything, I would understand if he wanted to, because he's given everything, and everyone around him, not everyone, but people around him are giving up. And anyway, there's equal blame though. It's the club's fault. It's Carlton's fault that Carlton are here today.
100%, man. 100%. But same with Vedas. He was out of contract this year, and he signed on. And he also rejected a similar kind of money from St Kilda last year. So there's that.
Who wins tomorrow?
Bro, you know what? I've been saying that since when the final series started. I think Cats are too good to not win. Like, they've got the best injury list. They've got everything so good. Like Tom Stewart, yes, but they can easily cover them up. But I want Lions to win. I really want Lions to smash them, actually. But it's going to be a good game. My prediction is that, just because I actually want this to happen, I want Lions to win by maybe 3 goals. And I think best on ground will be Zach Bailey.
I love it. I think we will be seeing Jack Martin with the Norm Smith medal around his neck.
I saw that. What is that? So Geelong's going to win by... Brisbane's going to win by 1 point, and Jack Martin's going to be the Norm Smith medalist and the first goal scorer? Is that what your prediction is?
Yep.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be winning somewhere. Ex-Carlton player. Love that.
That's it, mate. That's it.
Written in
All
the
right,
stars,
Danny.
mate.
You're a legend,
All
mate.
right, mate.
You enjoy whatever you've got on.
Yeah, you have a nice day, Terry. Take care, buddy.
All right. See you, mate. Jim, are you still driving? No. Jim,
No, I'm parked, man. I'm parked. I'm chilling.
how's it going?
What's happening? Yeah, I'm going pretty well, man. I'm looking forward to the grand final tomorrow. Should be a good watch. Who do you think wins? I missed a fair bit of it. So,
Look, my head says that Geelong will win, but I really want Brisbane to win. I've bought into their story. Yeah. Look, I won't be upset if any team wins, but I don't know. I think I like the underdog. I think if Geelong wins, it could be a pretty average grand final. But I think if Brisbane wins, it's going to have to be an epic.
yeah, I agree. I think if Geelong win, it's like 2022 when they just pumped Sydney. But I think Brisbane are going to find a way to get it done in a real close one. See, like a 4-point win or something. Are going to be pretty killer. But I could also see Geelong rolling him hard and Jack Martin getting Norm as well. It's disgusting that he's in a grand final straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, and they got him for
Mm.
absolutely nothing.
Yep.
This is Brisbane's third grand final in a row,
Yep.
which is remarkable in
Crazy.
itself.
Yeah. They're good. And it's crazy that they rebuilt roughly the same time as us. And we did have that prelim with them. But is it that they've drafted better? I often think about this. Or do they develop better than us? What do you think?
Well, if we go back to 2017, 18, that sort of era, I reckon they brought in Hodge, Fagan.
Yep.
I reckon
Birchall.
they brought in Birchall. Yep.
Gunston.
And then Gunston. Was that all at once?
Gunston was a year or so later, I think. Yeah.
Wow. So I reckon they built some foundations there, and then they matured. They grew up, and it was development. So it started with guys who knew how to drive a standard, and then they continued it on with whoever they taught to drive that standard, and then you've just seen them grow up as real men.
Yeah. Do you think we made an error not getting premiership experience 3-4 years ago? And is it too late to get it now?
Yes and no. It's never too late.
Okay.
And I think, I mean, I know that Nick Haynes didn't win a flag, but he did play in really good Giants teams.
Yeah, he did. Would you who would you go after that's gettable to make us better in regards to being there, done that leadership on field? Is Stephen May someone you ask the question of? I know he's a dickhead off field because he is a dickhead off field. But is he worth the punt?
My thing with Stephen May is I actually think his performances on the field are coming to an end.
Okay.
I don't know if he can still do Stephen like the best of what we've seen from him anymore. I've spoken to Melbourne fans, spoke to Adrian from the debrief, and he was sort of saying like they want him out so that way Harrison Petty can go back and play in defense because that's where they feel like he plays his best footy. So I haven't watched Stephen May so closely every week, to be fair as well. I guess I get where the idea comes from, though. He's a prick. You know, he's a twat. He'll call out anyone. He called out Max Gawn, his own captain. So I get that. I just don't know if he's good as the overall package.
I also think he is on the decline, but I think he's worth a 2-year punt. I'll explain why. Wiedering will always take the best forward, but at Melbourne, May takes the best forward every week, week in, week out. Lever can float. He does all these things. So Lever is never on the most dangerous forward unless May's injured. So if you've got a player as good as Wiedering and you can afford to play May on the second or third forward, I think he takes the piss, even for 2 years. I only think he's got 2 years in him, though. But I think what you get with a player like that is standards on field, setting up, knowing exactly where people need to be. He's a bastard when you go to a Melbourne game. I've been to a ton of these games, and he gets them set up incredibly well when I'm sitting behind the goals. And he's real vocal. And it's something I feel we lack the most of in defense. We do have Newey. He's super vocal when he's playing, but he's really the only one that I see with a bit of see you next Tuesday in him. And I need a little bit of that through the group. So I wouldn't be opposed to Stephen May for that. But yeah, you don't go get him if he's your number one backman because he's past that. But you just have to look at what Haynes did this year playing on a third tall. And after round one, you could say Haynes was exceptional. So
haven't thought about it like that. The fact that he would usually take the best forward, whereas if he was to come to us, he would take the second best forward for the opposition. I haven't really considered that properly.
Yeah, so that's one. I am seeing other people say Camden McIntosh. I don't know about this one. I think he was an average serviceable player in a very, very good system. And I just don't think we would get what we need out of him. And is he that much better than Blake Acres? So for me, the only thing you get with a Camden is premiership experience, but I don't know if it's worth what you actually lose when you're not developing someone in that position anyway. So he's a good player, but I don't know where you sit on that one.
Yeah, well, he didn't really play on the wing as much this year as what he had in the past. He was more of a tagger at times for Richmond. The one that I really liked, which we didn't do, I don't know if we asked the question, but Luke Parker, I think what he did for North Melbourne and the way he performed this year for North Melbourne, that would have been nice. I don't know if that's now a Taylor Adams or if that's even feasible. I don't know if that's even a potential. But who's that? Who is that next player?
Yeah, I'm racking my brain with this one. I have been, but if you did go Taylor Adams, go.
Jamie Elliott.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just don't think he would come.
Yeah.
I think he's loyal. I actually think he's loyal. It's like Cripper going to Collingwood. It would never happen. He wouldn't do it, and I don't think Elliott will do it. If we offered him 3 years, he would not do it, and it would be the best offer. Just don't feel like he would. I'd love him though.
Look, take it all with a grain of salt. John Ralph says that the offer was $425 a year for 2 years from Collingwood.
Yeah.
So let's just say it was $450, whatever. What's the idea of maybe 2 to 3 years for Jamie Elliott, $550 per year? I think he would bring whatever on the field, maybe for next year and the year after. But I also think he'd be a really great forward line mentor for guys on our list right now that clearly need mentorship. On the field.
100%. I wouldn't even be opposed. I know this will sound crazy to some people, but a bit of money ball here. I would not be opposed to even paying him $600. And I know that's a lot of money. But how many goals is he going to kick next year? He's still going to kick 40 goals. We don't have a smaller kicks 40 goals. So that is one part of our forward line that's really something we can improve on. So I would have no issue. I don't know why anyone would. 2 years, $600K, that would get it done if he were not loyal. I just don't think he would go to Carlton specifically. But yeah, I've racked my brain around who we could potentially get from other teams, and thinking about Geelong or Sydney, or just don't know. It's a tricky one, but it looks like Flanders deal's done. No good now.
Yeah. Jamie Elliott. Apparently, John Ralph apparently reported. Yeah, he did. Where is he? Apparently. Hang on. Where's old mate John Ralph? I did see it for a hot minute. John Ralph. That Gold Coast had offered him a 3-year deal. So
yeah, I did see that today.
3 years at $550K.
Yeah. He'd probably taken that, and that's a massive upgrade for them. Huge. That's a puzzle piece they need. So
well, now that I think about it, if Jamie Elliott's to go to Gold Coast and he's going to play football regularly, that's a bit of a Bailey Humphrey type spot, isn't it?
Man, if you get him, yeah. I'd be surprised if they're into Charlie. That is the logical one that's always been logical for me.
Bailey Humphrey?
He's a good player. Yes. He's a gun. He's absolute star, and he's super young, and he's only going to get better year on year on year. So, yeah, no issue with that. But yeah, I just think that's one of those untouchable ones for Gold Coast. They'd value him pretty hard.
Who is Gold Coast's absolute untouchables? Raul Anderson, Mac Andrew.
Yep.
Is Humphrey in that category?
Yeah, I think he is, and King. I think those ones. Who have they got in defence besides Andrew?
Sam Collins, John Noble,
Collins
Daniel
is probably
Rioli.
He's probably untouchable, and Rioli, because Rioli's just come over. But that's about it. There's probably 7, which would be about similar to most teams. There's 7 untouchables. You would think Charlie's got to be one of ours. So to get something back for him, it's got to be, again, like I mentioned last week or the week before, it's got to be exceptional. And I just don't know if anyone's putting up an exceptional offer unless there's a third team involved here. But Geelong are just Manchester City. They're doing some dodge shit, and we're going to find out about it. Again, a little bit of conspiracy, but we'll find out about some shit they've done 10, 15 years. We will. They're doing something.
There's something going on. Hey, man, if it smells fishy, if it looks fishy, it's probably fishy.
It's fishy, mate. It's big time fishy. But if he
Yeah.
goes there, I mean, fuck, like I don't know what we get back. So it's a tricky one. But yeah, lots to happen in the next few weeks. That's for sure. It's about to be absolutely silly season. So yeah,
I've got one.
you have your work cut out for you.
What about like Brian Myers, Connor O'Sullivan, and Brad Close?
Brad Close, good Mount Gambier boy. No, you can't. Brian has got to be a starting point, but we need something back. Like they've already come out and said, like Mackie said to Shannon Neal, like you won't be part of any deal, so don't stress. It's like, the arrogance of this club, this Geelong. They're selling Shannon Neal, who their own fans don't even rate. Like I've seen them, they trash him hard. And they're saying no to any potential deal because of his youth. So, no, I think it'd have to be Myers. I don't even know who else you ask for, to be honest. They've got a lot of older players, man. I don't know. I don't think Geelong can get it done. Gold Coast can get it done. They got the cattle there. Sydney as well, but yeah. And this Oliver Florent stuff's not going away, so there's something there. But yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
Won't be part of the Charlie deal, I wouldn't think. But mate, we'll see.
What have you got on for tomorrow?
Man. Just going to watch a footy with my cousin Costa and my friend Loz, and hopefully we'll get up and about for Brisbane. And I'm sick of fucking Geelong, man. I'm over Geelong. It's every year, dude. Like, it's shit house. Piss off. Not enough.
It's just a reminder. It just keeps reminding me how bad we are.
Yeah, I know. I remember when they made their first GF in 07 and everyone's like, oh, they're the underdogs. They haven't done it in X amount of years, blah, blah, blah. And ever since then, they've just been elite and good. So I've had enough of them. And yeah, I know Brisbane are in their third in a row, but I hope Brisbane roll them hard. I really do.
Yeah.
I got one more thing to say, though. One more.
Yeah.
Fuck Collingwood.
Hey, man, bro. How good's that?
Suck it, you fucks. All year. Anyway, enjoy. You don't win nothing either. So, cool.
Love it.
Anyway, mate. Much love. Take care.
See you, bro. He's a good man, Jim. He's a good man. And yeah, I've got to say, it was great being there. 15, 16 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And then the exodus. They just gave up on their team. They absolutely just gave up on their team and their club in a prelim. Lewis.
Fuck Collingwood. Just fuck them. Honestly. You know what? Not only I'm happy they lost and that the fans left, but I'm happy that Nick Dacos didn't win the Brownlow medal, and the way that he looked, it made me laugh. Honestly.
It's so funny hearing all this outrage about the Brownlow medal and the voting system and it's unfair and yeah, turn it up.
Did you hear that? That like they're going to this is a rumor, a new Brownlow medal Nick Dacos rule about it. Did you hear about that?
No, what's that?
They might do a new rule for Nick Dacos because he's not winning and he's getting all these votes and it's being unfair. He's being a crybaby. I don't know what the AFL is doing.
He will win a Brownlow. He might win a couple of Brownlows. It's just, it is what it is.
He will, yeah. By the way, I haven't been in this room during the fan camps.
Okay. What do you got?
Yeah. I got some Carlton frames. I got 2 clips, Harry Mackay, and I got this one, which I'm going to sell. Charlie Curnow. I'm going to sell this one. If he leaves.
If he leaves, I don't know. You're in a really tough one here because if he leaves, it's not worth much. If he stays, it continues to be worth a little bit. You might want to sell it quickly, mate.
I probably will. I like the fact that we've got Buka Kamas. He's going to be I think he is an absolute underrated player. I've seen his highlights. A player that can play forward and defender. I think he's going to be a very good acquisition for us. I like the fact we got Josh Fraser. I mean, again, we need to get, people from clubs that were successful, like Collingwood. I think that is really good for us. I think he's going to be a very good development coach and a really good assistant coach for the players. I'm just thinking, like, do you think that we have a good list? Do you think that we have where do you think our list lies? Do you think we're bottom 8? Do you think we're top 8? Or do you think we're top 4? Which I don't think we are. But what do you think we are at?
It's so hard to answer that question right now because we have spots to fill.
Exactly. So
like it's as in
Yeah.
we've left, like 6 players have gone, and we haven't replaced them with 6 other players. So like obviously right now it looks pretty grim, but who knows what's going to happen in trade period?
Okay, so the way I'm looking at it is this. This year, everyone thought we had a good top 4 list, but I think that we had a top 8 list. We
Okay.
didn't have a top 4 list because I'm saying this right now. Carlton this year for the list, yes, it looks great on paper, but it doesn't. But when it comes to on field, they don't bring the effort. They felt soulless. They felt heartless this year. Each player, especially like Charlie Curnow, Jack Savani. Yeah, Jack Savani's effort, is unmatched. But the way that he, went about it is just off field. It's just pathetic. I just think each player this year just didn't care much about the club as we cared about it. It's like we have this one-sided relationship between the club. The fans give all their effort, showing up, bring memberships, pour money in this club, yet the players don't reciprocate that. They don't even give on-field results, which is something that we want, which is something that develops like winning culture, success, and probably a great winning mentality within the group and within the club, which is something that we must do next year.
Look, bottom line is we need people to be on the same page. Everyone.
Exactly.
I think your dog's having a fucking heart attack, mate.
I mean, let's be honest here. If we're not going to go the same pace next year with Graham White's direction, which I think he's doing so well, my goodness, we're going to go crazy. Oh my goodness, I cannot deal with another screaming at the TV and then scaring my dog, scaring Bonnie, which I just don't want.
Who, Bonnie the blue dog?
Bonnie the blue dog, man. Even though she barks at it, I just go, it's okay, don't worry about it. We still can hit the lead. But then but in my mind, I'm just like, fucking hell, I thought we continue watching this shit. Honestly. Yeah. But look, we see what happens in the trade period. Hopefully we get, good recruitments. I think, like you said, Jamie Elliott maybe will be a good player to get, but I don't think it's happening because he's very loyal to Collingwood, or maybe we'll go to Gold Coast, But anyway, another player that I will not mind getting is Bobby Hill. Like, honestly, even though he has relationship drama, when he plays, he's a Norm Smith medalist. He's a freaking gun. He kicked 6 goals in the grand final. Seriously,
mate, the gun. He is the real deal. Got a really good relationship with Zach Williams as well.
Exactly. So maybe Zach Williams may come to Carlton. Come to Carlton. Honestly, you don't know, man. You just don't know. I mean, it's the AFL now. Like back then in the 80s and 90s, like if a player goes from Carlton to Collingwood, they'll go, "Oh, fuck you." They'll just say, "Piss off." You're dead to me. Now it's just like, okay, you can go. Yeah, just go.
Anyway, who wins tomorrow?
Oh, okay. I'm hoping Brisbane. Wins tomorrow. But Geelong is probably going to be the better team. Geelong will probably win by 30 points, but I'm hoping Brisbane wins by 4 points. I just want a cracking grand final. I just want to see two teams go about it and, enjoy it with my whole family coming over. So, yeah, looking forward to it. And for Norm Smith medal, I'm probably going to go with Zach Bailey. Zach Bailey's been absolutely a gun. I think he's one of the reasons why Brisbane beat Collingwood. So, yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
Lewis,
thank
you
you so
take care, my
much.
friend.
You too, mate. Go Blues.
Go Blues. All right. So before we wrap up, I would like to take us on a journey. I spoke about this last week. BA compilation. We're going to watch the BA compilation from 2023. Blue Abroad. So if you would like to leave, if you don't want to watch that, you're welcome to. Don't forget to please fill out the survey on your way out. If you are going to be leaving, please put that link in there. The 2025 Blue Abroad survey. Please fill this out before you leave. Everyone who fills out the survey and finishes it will go into the draw. It takes 5 minutes to do, by the way. Go into the draw to win this match worn Guernsey. Match worn and signed by Corey Durden. And also, you will get 1 year free membership to Blue Abroad. You will get the entire 12 months for free. So please do that. Now, just want to take you through. I started watching this. And it was amazing where we came from, and which was only 2 years ago. So I want to watch it together and that we can sort of like reminisce and also be in the live chat together. Check this out. Buckle up, by the way. What's the year going to hold? Well, who knows? You start there. I don't know. I don't know what. Let me pause that. Hang on. The hold. I mean, in my mind, the next step for us isn't just making finals. It's winning the final. So that's where I sit. Gosh, Richmond round 1, and then we're on.
There's your siren.
Yeah, that next layer for us is the execution, the method in which we go forward, the method in which we attack. I just felt like it wasn't there consistently anywhere near enough. Welcome to the player ratings video. We're going to do it a little differently. Got Pom with me this time.
I want to see him get.
Hang on a minute. Is this lagging? It's lagging on my end. I don't know if it's lagging on your end. No? Oh, okay. All right. Let's continue then. A little? It's not? All right. I've let it load a little bit.
2 or 3 games, but nice start. And I want to see what his baseline is.
I think it makes a big difference playing in front of a big crowd. You know you're going to get a good crowd every week because the Blues fans just, they love the boys and they love the team. So you know that they're going to show up in numbers. So the boys feed off it a fair bit.
Siren.
Joe Adamo.
Fucking go, man! We started well. We kept with them. They had a 5-minute period in the fourth quarter and in the second, and that was it.
I think that could be an important win when we look back on it.
Another round, almost 3 rounds in. It's crazy. Our defense, pretty confident around that and being able to withstand what the Giants' forward line has at this point.
And the siren sounds.
Very pleased with the result. I don't think that the performance was one of grit and determination, and it needed to be because we sort of kept them in the game. And the reason why people say it's Carlton arrogance is because we've done nothing for 20 years. That's why.
Yeah.
So check your ego. Love that Cookie's done that. And we go.
And now we find ourselves at Marvel Stadium where we now play good footy. I guess an additional layer to this game. It is Good Friday. Sam Doherty and Ben Cunnington all things going well, will line up against each other, and they represent so much more than football.
When the boys stepped it up in the third, you saw there's a gulf of class between the bottom 10 and the top 8, and we're threatening to be one of them.
In honour of the big brave Nick Larky, I went and got myself a soothe just after the game. Yeah, so that's why I was a little late tonight.
You just got to win the ones you have to win. And we had to win today, right? And next week's almost the same. We have to win. I'm telling you, Adelaide's going to be tough next week.
The Crows, the return to Adelaide Oval. Last time we were there, we all remember that, late last year. There's also the narrative around never having won a game at Adelaide Oval, which is a fascinating stat because I go into this game very confident.
What the fuck was that? Mate, yeah, you've got to stick through it, my friend. It's the beauty of these watch-alongs.
Yes, we got through 1-3 of our first 4, drew against Richmond, but there were holes there. Our midfield's horribly out of form. Let's just be honest.
My patience is thin. There's no doubt about that. My patience is thin with this group, this club, and it's a non-negotiable to win the game this week for me. It's a non-negotiable.
And now Chera, St Kilda win. They beat the Blues.
Fuck.
Predictions, it has to be Carlton by at least 6 goals.
Seconds remaining. It's the Blues' biggest win in over a decade.
And I thought, oh God, that's that's the most complete performance that we've seen this year, clearly.
As soon as it got to 30 points, they just fuck this. I can't be bothered.
Yeah,
and they couldn't go with us.
No shit team wins by 108 points.
Siren sounds to complete the game.
Round 8, 2023, and it's the same shit as last year, the year before, and the entire journey. Are they going to evolve? Are they going to push through? There's a barrier that they just haven't pushed through. But there was a really different feeling after that game. It was like, was it just another layer of hope that was removed? Was it just another layer of faith that was removed? I'm not sure. I don't know. You down for another rebuild?
I think if we do need a little regeneration.
At this stage, you just feel like they're taking the piss, so I guess we'll just take the piss for another night.
Is this list really the list that is ever going to do anything? And it hurts so much that I have to even say that.
Is it, do we verse each other this week? I don't know. So I didn't even know that was you guys this week. So it should be a good one, huh?
Should be a great one, mate.
Who knows what happens for the rest of the season? What do they say? It's a marathon, not a bloody sprint.
And this Collingwood train rumbles on.
It was FUBAR, let's be honest, fucked up beyond recognition. And they've got to take some accountability. The players have to take some accountability.
But being honest about it it has to be a non-negotiable. Even though it seems like our tough times don't stop, it does come in waves. So that's what I have found some hope in, that there will be something coming out the other end as well.
Siren's going to sound.
Fan cams were very hot last night. A lot of season's dead type rhetoric. And the panic's kicking in from the supporters. There's a feeling that the season's dead. And it might be. I don't have a very good track record interstate. In fact, I've never seen an interstate win. What is the underlying root cause of this? Because it's not I don't think it's as simple as execution.
The Blues fans are quite tense at the moment. There's a lot of pressure.
This is nothing but a test of resilience. But yeah, one thing is for sure. We'll keep showing up.
Monday, the next assignment.
The game against Collingwood was the death. Last week was the funeral against Sydney, and tonight was the burial.
They don't give a fuck. Crystal clear. But we do.
Halfway through the season in 2023, of all the things that I thought may have happened up until this point, this was certainly not one of them. Right now, it feels like it just can't get any worse. But hopefully, by the time I'm doing this end of season review, it's a bit of a different tone.
And the Bombers win 4 in a row.
What now? Where do we go from here? Is it another wasted year?
You're talking Lewis Young playing 20 metres behind. Like, I'm closer to some of my fucking ex-girlfriends than he spent on Peter Wright today.
Today, in this video, we celebrate 10,000 subscribers. I'm devastated that 5 years later, after producing all the content every week for 5 years, that we're still in the same position in the bottom 4. I'm devastated. And that's crazy because we seem to be finding another way to find a new low. And what do you do?
Our supporters, we don't deserve this.
If we talk the 8-year journey since 2015, this is probably turning into the worst one of the lot.
You're trying to remain positive. You're trying to just see it out. You're trying to be a supporter. I really am. And it just keeps going it just keeps spiraling.
It's just, it's absolutely mind-boggling.
And if you're not concerned at this point as a supporter, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
Just left with hope that the excuses can stop and the doing can start. And that's my summary.
Siren sounds at the MCG. Footy can be fun if you're a Carlton fan.
Players like Cripps and Walsh especially, they were huge today and they were the difference, mate. And it was bloody good.
Winning is good. Winning's fun, isn't it?
Winning is fun. Finish the season strongly, whatever it's going to be. Whether it's not making it, whether it's making it, no excuse. Finish the season strong.
Sunday, Hawthorn versus Carlton at the MCG, 110.
Just for your sake, I'll go with Carlton.
Wingard is a silent sounds. But the dream is still alive.
People don't want to talk about the F word. People don't want to get too carried away. Right in this moment as I film this, we are 1.5 games outside of the 8. We take it week by week. We go to Freo next week. Big game.
Frederick finishes with a goal to Fremantle.
It feels good. Yeah, it feels good. There's that sense of relief continues to grow. Yeah, look, a very happy Carlton supporter right now. There's a little bit of hope. There's a bit of life. There's a bit of spark. We come up against a rampaging Port Adelaide this Saturday. I am so excited for it.
And it's absolutely marvellous if you're a Carlton fan.
We said there would be scenes, and scenes there were. Oh, my goodness. How good was that?
Who would have thought the percentage boosting game against the pair?
Do you believe? Can we do it?
Do I believe?
Does Corey believe?
The most comprehensive win, 4-quarter win that we have had for a long time.
It's amazing what 4 games can do in this season. It's also a reminder why I shouldn't get too caught up in the moment. Destiny's back in our hands. We are all of a sudden seemingly back on track for the season.
But it's all about the Blues. They're in the 8 tonight, Carlton.
Yeah, I'm just in terms of their mindset going into the game, I'm really, really happy with the way they sort of set themselves up.
Charlie, first and foremost, was fucking unbelievable.
With this shift in mindset that we've seen in 5 weeks, I feel like there's just going to be something, like we're going to see a hungry Carlton.
You know, Kurno's a great player. He's so exciting. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
The idea of us beating Collingwood, what it would do. I think it'll spark the season at the right time.
The siren's going to sound, and victory doesn't come any sweeter if you're a fan of the Carlton Footy Club.
Come on, the Baggers, Terry! Come on! Come on, Terry!
I am up and about.
Am I pouring Kool-Aid tonight?
Right, I want no more talk about fucking lids, all this shit. Take your container, burn it.
Look, you know I'm up and about.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay humble.
Carlton have been in amazing form the last 6 weeks. We need to get in your face, mate.
And the Blues take a huge step closer to their first final series in a decade. Carlton wins 7 straight for the first time since 2000.
I think you felt in the back end of the third term that we had all the momentum in the game, and can't a man just be out of form?
That's right. Nick Newman in another transient plane at the minute, this guy. Again, this is probably our best team performance since doing this show. We are a team.
Waited patiently, impatiently, traumatically, all of it. We have just waited for a chance to get back into contention, just get the job done, anyone, anywhere, anytime, and we go from there.
And win their 8th game in a row. Have a look at the Carlton fans at the MCG.
How good is it? Like, how good does it feel?
Tommy, I met you halfway through 2019, mate, we've got finals content to prepare for. So let's do that.
It's happening. It's happening, and embrace it.
The growth and the depth of the team. Couldn't be happier.
We're about to start living it. Now, I'm going to go and celebrate. So apologies for finishing early. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all.
It's getting over the top of the square. Standing there, Charlie. Of course it is. Fittingly has the final kick. And the Blues just keep on rolling.
It's crazy. We've waited so long to get in, play finals, just contend. We've ridden the journey with this group from the very beginning. To be here as well, to be at the stadium as well while it happened was something I'll cherish. I'm pumped. I can't wait. We're doing finals content and I'm stoked to be here for it.
But there'll be an unexpected splash of orange.
I was thinking, don't get any more injuries.
Yeah, queuing the
I
rack
was
type of stuff.
thinking that.
We are hitting finals
full strength.
Yeah, fresh though, fresh.
I just absolutely love the energy out there, and the boys seem to like it too, even though they get off me a little bit sometimes.
Can finally say it. We're playing finals. It's been a long time coming. I don't have much experience to draw on, so I'm just going to enjoy every moment, embrace every moment, and kind of go from there. Yeah, there's a lot happening. There's a lot to be excited about, and bring it on, I say. In my mind are these sounds and these images taking my first steps at the train station. The sound of my Mikey touching on. You know? The packed train. The walk out of the train station and into the MCG, up the steps. It's wonderful.
Doherty, what about this story? Surely a goal, Blues. Akers, there's your game.
I think they've done it. I think the Blues are going to win a final. I think the Blues are home. Captain Paddy Cripps. Look at this hysterical Carlton involvement.
I can't believe it.
We just lived that. That just came and went.
It was so good. I was an emotional wreck today.
It was a very special memory. That's what last night was. It was the one that we've been waiting for. No matter what happens, we'll remember that one. You know, where were you when they finally played finals for the first time and won a final? And I think that can't be understated. I think it's going to be a 1 point game. By the way,
God.
Yeah, I've got 1 point game vibes all week.
We won a flag in Perth, and then I played 4 finals in a row at the G and lost all. Well, Park.
The best team win. They're going to get better. They're going to get used to that style of play, that finals intensity, and they're going to thrive. I have such faith in what they're capable of.
Doherty falls back in line, takes a bounce. 55 metres out. Who's going to get this? Off they fly, Mark taken. Aiden runs, plays on. As he's kicked the goal, he has. Aiden has done the game.
Come on! Come on! Let's go!
But our enemies will stay in line in Collingwood and Carlton. But what about this?
Oh, you fucking like us now. This is our time.
We are
What the fucking faggot! Yeah!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The most incredible game, the most incredible experience of my life. It's also about the journey, and it is all about the process along the way and the memories that last for a lifetime. The Carlton Football Club are going to play in a prelim next week. We're going to Brisbane. We're playing in a prelim. There is this great sense of a duty because I'm going to be at the game. Rest assured, I'm absolutely going to be giving my all in that crowd. I can't wait to see what happens.
Little bounce, a stumble over the shoulder, a look, and the Blues
away. Doubts about whether he would come up. No doubt about that kick. Carlton kick. The first 4 goals in the prelim final. Tipwood's been good. Picked up by Bailey. And it's the Brisbane Lions.
The Blues should be incredibly proud of what they've been able to do this season.
I'm gutted, shattered, but also have perspective, all wrapped in one. Coming here was amazing. Feeling the energy of the Carlton supporters in Brisbane was amazing. There are milestones along the journey, and I had braced myself for, a long time to get there. And so for this year, for it to happen, for us to make finals, to win a final, to win 2 finals, and then to make, to play in a prelim and play well and give it a shake is massive. From rock bottom to a prelim. Well done.
I'm a bit flat for the loss, obviously, but just very proud of the players and the coaches and the whole club.
Wiedering winning his second was fitting. He's the 23rd player to win 2 best and fairest at the Carlton Football Club. It's pretty much pre-round 13 and post-round 13. That's how I've absorbed this year. So on behalf of, for me, thank you for being in the audience. Without the audience, there is no channel. Thanks once again, and we're not going anywhere, but appreciate it. And as always, go the Mighty Blues. Wild. That doesn't hit. I mean, it does hit as much. It used to hit a lot. What comes to mind? Okay. What comes to mind when you think about what you just saw? Beginning of the end. 2023 was a product of standards from fan base aligning with the club start of the season. Listen to the cams, players, accountability, effort, intensity. Yeah. James, you cried. You received a text message from your mate quoting your late father. Scary to think in 2 years, a fan base has gone from reason, focus, commitment to complete ego, verbal vomit, and arrogance of wanting to be heard, then wanting to be right. Can see how comfortable it's got. Now, funny, it was round 16 the next year. We fell away. Cripps on the final siren of that Sydney final. Yup. Who knows when that run is coming again? Who knows? Pommy, it used to be fun, a vibe, the fan base, the club, content creators switched majorly from being about success to ego and about themselves. You reap what you sow, as they say. Hello, Moondog. It's the only time my kids cried tears of joy as opposed to tears of pain. Yeah. Yeah. Well, whenever that next time comes, we'll be ready. I don't know. I wonder if it would be a run again. I wonder if, I think to break through, it needs to be about consistency. It does. Yeah. Georgina, just want that feeling back. Same. Players, effort, cohesion. It was funny because we hadn't been in finals at all with this group, and for a lot of this generation, hadn't been in finals. So it was all brand new. Yeah. It's quite interesting to see how it's all developed. Anyway, before we go, please put your grand final predictions below. Survey. Now we're back to Butters in, and it's fine, lads. Fuck the system. Yes, he's hoping the girls get a win this Arvo. They are playing shortly. They're playing this afternoon. Yeah, 4 hours, Michelle. Just a cheeky 4 hours grand final session. Although we'll be live next week, but it was an early Friday session. All right. James, after the Melbourne win, just brought back memories of Dad. Well, Cats by 12. Cats by a lot. There's a few of you that feel this. The Onisios. Geelong in a stomper up to halftime. Then they stomp the Lions. Brisbane by 14 points. Rainer for Norm Smith. A draw, which would mean extra time. Lou, Lions by 24. Miko, Geelong by 26. Brisbane by 16. My heart says Cats because of Martin is playing. My brain says Lions by 20. Okay. All right. Pommy, Lions by 27. Charlie, Cameron, Norm Smith. Love that. Damien, you're going to get around Ty Gallop. Hasn't he been a revelation? All right, guys. Happy Friday. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget, on the way out, click that link, fill out the BA survey, and I will see you next week.